Hey, legend, Watto and welcome. Come on in, coming in. Kakazi, Watto and welcome. Oh, Vlo, Watto and welcome. I don't know where that came from, and at this point, I'm too ashamed to admit it. First, let me update the boards. Just checking the boards. So Nova won last month. Just trying to see who's currently in the runnings for another victory, but it's currently... Because, yeah, Aeon, Bacon, Kakazi, yourself, and Ultrazine are all locked in, so it's basically Fearless, Shaunerus, J-Post, and Nova. We'll be working towards the Hall of Legends.
Wake them now, and for a moment, they'll have no idea where they are.
Sorry, I forgive the tippity-tappity, make stuff happy. I'm just sending out the reward for the Clip of the Month Club from last month. It was Aeon who has been kicking ass at it. And they managed to get... Considering all the nonsense from last month, I'm very impressed they won. So I was looking through their... collection. I was looking through what they've played and what they've experienced. And I was reminded of the Yaug, or the Yorg. I never know how to pronounce it. Which is an old game by these standards. It's now 12 years old. Which, if you're here early, you've probably already heard of, but just in case. It's kind of a... I wouldn't even say competitive. It's a collaborative storytelling game that is at both incredibly complex and also super simple. It's a great example of what you can do with a bit of focus and a good time. Okay. Yeah, that's the one. No, the game is obscenely good, and the hook of it is so brilliant. The Yaug is coming. It will ravage these lands in in 8 weeks, and nobody knows. Like, you simultaneously have to have the knowledge that something unknowable is coming, whilst also being the player. You know, kind of sitting in this the half in, half out of it. Fucking love that. Let's let the longship know we're together, and then I have a little challenge. I'm hoping we can steal Dustin and Puns as well as your good selves, because I got challenged. One of our lovely friends is working on the Torment Hexus, and asked earlier on today if we'd be down to have a little longship reference in the game. Obviously, I said yes. And I think the premise is basically that there's going to be a Viking blonde company, be it essentially an evil corporation of sorts. And I'm trying to come up with a cool or funny idea. I was thinking that Viking blonde as an evil corporation would be one of those DNA testing setups. We'll find out who's Nordic or nice because, like, I don't know if it's still a thing. I never got into it because I played XCOM 2 and I know what happens at fucking Advent Burger. But there was a craze for a while of people sending in their DNA to these companies to find out if they were or were not Viking. Which is hilarious, because that's like trying to find out if you were or were not a pirate. Oh, cool, and I spilled peanut butter on myself. I'm just a class act today. I'm just a fucking class act today. "23 me exploded," which is also funny. Did they go under? God. Sorry, I'm just letting the long ship number go. And C222, Sir Richard Steele, what and welcome. Santa Claus making a list of who's Nordic and who's nice. C222, that's so weird. Well, I also, like, personally, aside from, you know, finding out if you have, you know, a genetic predisposition towards conditions and things that you might be able to mitigate, I find the need for one's heritage tracking to be weird. But then I'm very much nurture, not nature sort, so. Anyway, I think anyone who's played XCOM 2 will know, don't send people your DNA! That's how you end up in a fucking tube! So you end up getting liquidated at Area 51. Okay, sorry, I'm nearly done. Actually, Legend, that's a good point. I hadn't considered it like this. Oh, and also, like, because I have an... Oh, and Captain Steph, Catastros, Vanderbeest, what? Oh, and welcome. Because I have an anglicized surname as well, I know that pretty much anything pre-Ellis Island is lost to the annals. So I guess it's not a big concern for me because I know it's gone. And you know, like, it's fun. Like, treating your family tree like one of those puzzle games can be very, very entertaining. But that's another story. Anyway, come on in, friends, come on in. So, we're starting a little earlier today for a Friday. The reason being is that this afternoon / well, more this evening, Little Fire and I are starting our recovery from PAX time off. You know, one of the things about working for yourself is you don't really get PTO, but I've been going so hard for months. I need to stop for a little bit. But that doesn't stop us having a stream today. Catastros Silksong treated me brilliantly. Plays excellent, handles wonderfully. It's simultaneously familiar and also brand new, and I fucking loved it. Like, it's so good. Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. To the John Deere enjoyer, Watto, and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Now, as I said yesterday, I'm going to be playing Silk Song once a week till we clear it. This way, those of you that are binging Silk Song, or those of you that are at fucking work yesterday and today, and don't get to play it until tonight or tomorrow, you're gonna have to worry about spoilers. I figured, like, there was no way I wasn't gonna play it day one. But I got my fix, and there was one particular boss that I did the very first time. I got a first time every time, and I'm feeling very smug about that, even now. Just as a quick heads up, we have a spoiler thread in Discord. If you want to talk about Silk Song and you just want to gush, that is the perfect place to go. But boy howdy, I think we're already seeing our Silk Song casualties. Kakazi, fair. I actually rotate between games now of what I play in my downtime and what I play with you lot. So, like, if I'm playing a lot of, like, heavy controller games, I'll play mouse and keyboard and vice versa. So yeah, there's game news to chat about, there's nonsense going on, Vershi, Watto, and welcome proper. But I wanted you all to know that, 1, Silk Song good, 2, we will be playing through the whole thing, but slower than everybody else. And I think that's the way. You know? Yeah, Kakazi, you got that Duke grip. Although I did end up playing Balatro in bed last night, so I can't really talk to anything. Queen Bison! Do you know, 1 Queen Bison will be worth 5 British Bison. Just as soon as we kidnap the Queen. To Queen Bison, hello, how goes it? How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. That is the custom in these lands. Cheers to you. Strip Balatro. Vershi, if I'd been playing Strip Balatro last night, I would have woken up with so many layers on. Just waddling out of bed, wearing 17 coats. What happened? I lost. Oh, way cool. But a bit of speed horses and some Chuck Tingle doesn't sound like a bad Friday. I have not started reading one of his proper books, but it's on my list. So for those who don't know, Chuck Tingle predominantly writes like wonderful satire, quasi-smut, but is apparently able to write it at a rate of knots. You know, with such seminal works as Pounded in My Butt by My Own Butt. But Chuck Tingle has also written some really, really good proper books, and the one I'm looking forward to is called Bury Your Gaze, and it's supposed to be like a really good slasher horror book. So yeah. Thank you, Vanderbeest. Thank you, Vershi. I do try. So yeah, it's the Queen Bison. Again, I hope your stream was splendid. Over here, today we are going to be playing Hell Is Us. Which might be one of the most Kojima-coded games that is not coming out of Kojima Productions. I was really struggling to describe it today, and I'm like, it's a little bit Bloodborne, it's a little bit like like 90s Eastern European conflict. It's a strange beast, and I'm really looking forward to sharing it with you all. But so over here in the Longship, we will banter and natter about games industry news and stuff like that, and new releases before we get into the game. And there's some interesting little nuggets. Oh, if you wanted a reason to hate Jagex, I got that for you. Oh, and Roblox is annihilating itself, so that's kind of fun. There has been some snippets of game news that are not predominantly focused around Silksong and how it's doing. There are a few titles that have done their launch yesterday and today, and some are really suffering for it. Jamami, Watto, and welcome. And it's like, well, we'll wait till more of the squad are in before we get to it.
And this will rip open your consciousness.
Oh shit! Snuggly, congratulations! Alright, there's this one fly that has been dive bombing me for days, and I am going to take him out. So if I start clapping incoherently, it's not a nervous tick, it's murder. No, it's Snuggly, seriously, congratulations. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I hate that I'm drawing a blank, because it's been on my... Sorry, bear with me just a second. Okay, let me see. It's been on my feed a lot today. I'm gonna see if I can try and find it. Sorry, I promise this will make sense in a second. I'm not having a full-on meltdown. Only a tiny one. A little meltdown as a treat. So it's Thief by way of the alien sections from AVP 2000. And you play as a strange, like, betailed monster. We did a small stream of it, but the movement system was giving people a little bit of the queasies. The demo to the follow-up. Okay. It's Brush Burial. You know what? I'll just show you, Snuggly. So yeah, this is Brush Burial. And the follow-up is in the works at the moment. Honestly, Snuggly, if you are working on trying to make a game like Thief yourself, have a look at this, because it has a lot of elegant and inelegant solutions that work really well.
Rip open your consciousness.
And it's $4. Like, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's great. Well, no, actually, I'm saying it is creative. It is inspired. Because the thing was, and I know you know this, Snuggly, but just for the rest of the crowd, Metal Gear Solid happened. And Metal Gear Solid did one thing to the industry which I will never forgive it for, and that is mandatory stealth sections. loads and loads and loads of designers played Metal Gear Solid and thought we should add mandatory stealth sections to all video games, and most of them sucked. Mainly because they were shoehorned into games that weren't designed to have stealth in them, right? And we had to put up with that for many, many years. But it created this false sense that stealth games were expensive to make. They're not. You just got to have a sense of fun, and you've got to have a sense of sponginess in failure states, which so many of those mandatory stealth sections never worked out. Oh, you've been spotted by the guards. Game over. Cool, great, that's so much fun. And sorry if I get a little, maybe not prickly, but if I get a bit like, there's been a discussion going around today about like, users have started using the terminology of "does this respect my time?" and it's been really interesting how it's being used and then how industry folks are talking about it. But unfortunately, it's Silksong week, so there's a lot of bad takes in that same space. So I can't say I recommend the thread per se, but it is an interesting thing to talk about. What's the Favor 6? It's the mandatory stealth sections in 2000s era video games is an example of the lead designer played Metal Gear all weekend, and now we have to make a mandatory stealth section. Wouldn't it be cool if you could sneak around in this one section? Yes, exactly, Catastros. Castlevania Lords of Shadow. You're fucking Dracula! Or are you fucking Dracula? Might be a different Castlevania. I'll come back to that one. Yeah, you're motherfucking Dracula! Because the thing is, like, there's lots of shorthands, you know. I forget which of the Dungeon Chill episodes I was rewatching, but they talked about how, like, one of the reasons why we used to have sewer levels in video games is they were very easy to make, and they were a great way to bulk out a game. Yeah, sturdy. And those kinds of like stealth designs being contained within an action game that didn't have the systems. And yeah, Snuggly, to make good stealth, you have multiple failure states, more than just detected, and there has to be a sponginess to them. And that was the thing that nobody fucking gleaned from Metal Gear Solid. Like, you get spotted, and they go, huh, who was that? And maybe you fight, maybe you don't. Like, maybe you stand your ground. But with Metal Gear, you can stand your ground for as long as you want. They'll just keep throwing more guards at you. So what you need to do is either run or fight, then run. And then you go and you hide in a tunnel, or you get your box going, or what have you. And it's the stealth in Metal Gear Solid. As I know you know this, but just for framing, the stealth in Metal Gear Solid isn't finite. It isn't binary. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. You get spotted, you go, oh no, and then you go and fucking hide. And then it goes from like the alert, then the alert counts down, and then everyone's wary. And so you have 90 seconds, which in game design, 90 seconds is a long ass time. You got 90 seconds of holding your breath. Are they going to check the box you're hiding in? Are they going to look in the vent or in the locker you've gone into? And then you hear that ding, and all the guards have just decided that their friend didn't get brutally murdered and just go back to their fucking lives. So then you've returned to it. Yeah, and I mean, Snuggly, like Return to Castle Wolfenstein, almost in Ravenholm, we forget the bad stealth sections because you either struggle through it or you stop playing. And it's funny, must have been the wind. Whose footprints are these? But the loop around of stealth, spot, hide, return. Like that's stealth isn't a binary action, it's a spongy system, it has a loop to it. Now we're in this era where we have game engines where our NPCs can have pre-programmed line of sight. You know? You get Fulstrom cutting out the fucking box now. Like, let's go. So it means that games with stealth in them are much easier to create than they were in the 2000s. You know? We have dynamic lighting all the time, and we have dynamic lighting in a way that we can represent it to the user, which is really fucking cool. So if we have dynamic lighting and we have all these tools, then the question becomes like, how do we implement them? And I really like that. Hoffers, I know it's very, very typical of nerdery, but there was a bloke at Sega, I never found out who he was, who had the swing from codec calls in Metal Gear Solid. And I was using the bathroom, taking a slash, I gotta wash my hands, and I hear it from one of the stalls, swing! And my brain immediately went, Colonel, I can't talk, I'm shitting. To this day, I don't know if I said that out loud or not, but being a British bathroom at work, there was no reaction. Yeah, do it for Snuggly. Colonel, I'm pissing so hard right now. Now, there are lots of things that I do want to talk about because, like, stealth and immersive sim games tend to go hand in hand. You know, the toys, the goodies, what have you. I still recommend that everybody play Dishonored 1 and then play Deathloop. Because I still think Deathloop might be perfect. Oh, Aeon, Watto, and welcome. Did you get my present? Now, the reason why Deathloop is perfect is because you start out in stealth. You sneak by people, you snap necks, you do your typical kind of like, you know, whale oil soaked Dishonored flavored nonsense. You even get some abilities later on. But the sponginess of the failure state is how much of a fucking gunfight it turns into. And do you let Julia know where you are? So, like, you can go loud, and you're not punished for going loud, but it's going to make things difficult. Catastrophe, I like that. Nothing in this world is perfect. Except maybe Columbo. God, he loves his wife. Oh yeah, no, Legend, I wouldn't dream of spoiling stuff in Deathloop for you. But just Deathloop gives you all these toys to understand the, like, the failure state in Deathloop is, oh well, loads shotgun. And as you get later on, there are certain areas where you've been through it so many times, you don't feel the need to be as stealthy. You can just start doing trouble. You can just start doing crimes. Well, Catastros, as the Brit in the room, I hereby give you permission to steal that joke. Yahtzee didn't put a flag in it. Okay. was not typing for 3 minutes. I am trying to juggle a lot of things as always though, and I've still got my... I was joking yesterday about like not finishing... PAX isn't over until you finish your follow-ups, and these are my follow-ups. They are sitting in a pile in front of me. Anyway, so make stealth games, play Deathloop. It's amazing. So, well, I mean, Moose, yes, Silksong is exceptional. If I didn't do this for a living, yes, I would have just lived in Silksong for 2 days. But as we've seen with other games, like the way we do it here on the Longship, you know, playing it once a week, does mean that I don't burn out. In fact, I'm still jonesing. And I know a lot of folks who are going to be no-lifing Silksong and will probably finish it before weekend's over. And then then what? Silksong 2? Speedruns, I guess? But I do not regret choosing today to be a day where we do something else, because I know a lot of you are either avoiding spoilers or are working and can't fuck off and play Silksong. Anyway, so we were just talking about stealth games and things like that. Snuggly got a Thief 1 style light detection system going. So that's why we got talking about it. We cannot deny the impact of large games when they drop. All right? As much as the Longship is predominantly a place where we talk about the arty nature of video games, and we talk about the impact and the craft of games, we also talk about the realities of the industry around it. And yesterday, Silksong came out. It peaked at 500,000 users yesterday, and I have not checked the numbers today. Now, obviously, like, concurrence is by no means an indicator of sales, but 500,000 people playing an indie game, and it is indie, but yeah, on a Thursday is a big deal. And it has had a knock-on impact for a number of reasons. One, it has soaked up all the oxygen in the room for narrative and discussion. Yes, concurrence after launch aren't important. Like, obviously sales are more important, but just as an indicator of how big an impact this is having, compared to the kind of titles that usually reach those numbers at a launch day. It's not usually a hand-drawn indie game. Now, I've been thinking a lot about this morning, of like the impact of what's going on, and the current is definitely price. And I want to show you something that sadly broke my little heart today. And that is Daemon Ex Machina Titanic Scion. Now, you may or may not have seen this. Daemon Ex Machina is, or at least attempted to be, a new Armored Core when we didn't have one. All right, before Armored Core 6 was even a blip on the hill. And it's got all the Armored Core elements. Is that a mech horse? It's got all of the elements. It's got a bullshit story. It's got cool giant robots. And it had a really interesting foray of different foes and enemies. Those are a lot of mech horses. What the fuck am I even watching right now? Okay. And today, they dropped their follow-up. Now, the follow-up to it seems to be a little bit of a mix-up. You simultaneously have your giant robots, but you also have kind of a, just a power armor variant. I've not looked into it too closely, but it had a cool kind of like monsters versus mechs vibe and some interesting character designs. It has had a rocky launch. I could not speak to its stability on the Switch, which is apparently the console they were aiming for, but it has had a very, very shaky launch. And it is priced at 70 USD. I guess it's all power armor for this one? I guess I just assumed we were dealing with giant mechs. Probably shows they had a problem with scale, but that's another story. Exactly. And this is this thing that comes up time and time again in the industry where people argue about like how much a game should be worth. And the problem is, most of the people discussing and arguing it are looking at it from an industry standpoint. There was a big thing towards the end of the 2010s where people started being like, video games should cost more money. Like, the amount it costs to make a video game, the amount of time and people and effort has significantly gone up. And if we were keeping up with inflation, if we are keeping up with like the cost of labor and stuff like that, games should cost a lot more. But it's one of those things of you're thinking of it from the perspective of industry, right? Thing is, users have a very, very defined price point for a lot of games. And as we've seen, like, because games don't have a definitive delivery, there is an expectation of cost based on experience. Now, that varies from user to user, but to put it into context, right? Like, if you spend money to go to the cinema, you are still watching a movie, right? It might run for an hour, it might run for 2, but the experience is condensed. Your price per ticket is not going to change drastically based on the title you're seeing. In video games, you can spend $4 on a game, and if you spend $4 on a game, you expect it to be a little bit janky, a little bit small, a bit weird. It's coming from an odd point. If you spend $80 on a game, you are expecting a huge bombastic experience. It needs to either be a brand that commands that price point or an experience that rewards it. This is one of the reasons why companies over the years have found other ways to supplement game income. Now, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not pro gigantic corporation here, but the reason why companies went so hard on DLC and microtransactions was to offset the cost, so they could keep games at the expected price point. Yes, and Chaunerus, that's another point. Hoffers, exactly. Like, I don't like talking about socioeconomic situations because I'm not as versed in that as I am in games industry. But if you're in English language territories, like, average earnings have not gone up. And the cost of living has. So the amount of disposable income that we all have is actually less than we did in the 2010s. If you take this into consideration and the idea that like $80 is a lot of fucking money, like, your game has to be able to command that. Yeah. Well, and Jamami, absolutely. One of the reasons why the free-to-play model is so successful is that it allows the user to spend at a rate that suits them in the immediacy. They don't have to make a purchasing decision based on a whole month. They can just go, you know what, I will spend $5. And I've done it. God, sorry, I make it sound like I'm, talking about illicit substances. But, if a game says, hey, do you want a $10 skin, you know, you've been playing this game for a while, you really like his character. A $10 skin? Like, doing that multiple times within one title is a different purchasing decision within the user than $70. And so when Daemon X Machina drops, it's weird. Like, here's the thing, I'm a mech fan, and I can't... Oh, look who got up for lunch! Little Miss throws her broccoli out the... Is the skin fantastic? I don't know, but there's 4 of them. So yeah, so Daemon X Machina, and I'll show you another trailer. Like, we as a house, we know mech games. And it strikes me that I don't know if this is a mech game or power armor. And I know that doesn't matter to... I know that's more of a philosophical question, but... I bring this up because there is not a clear premise. Now, Daemon X Machina, the first one, was a mess in terms of its story, but it didn't need to be cohesive, right? It's a giant robot game. It's an excuse for me to put my mech suit on and fly around. Armored Core was no different. Like, now that everybody's a FromSoft fan, now people are going back and trying to, you know, reanalyze the story beats of... I still love the fact that the iconic haunting piano melodies plus like jungle amen break drum and bass music that says synonymized the Armored Core franchise just came from, it turns out, those are the basic samples you could get with Cubase a million years ago. Or if it wasn't Cubase, it was one of the other ones. So yeah. Now, what does this have to do with Silksong? This is the reality of it. Like, Team Cherry did get to spend 7 years, and they kept their number of people focused. They kept their project on scale. Users don't care. From users' perspective, Silksong just dropped, and it's fucking good. And it is $20. If your game is a little bit buggy, and a little bit broken, and a bit confusing, like, and you're asking... Yeah, if you're asking 70 American dollars, 90 to 100 for the different deluxe editions. Like, in this thing, I'm reading this here, and it says, like, fly into battle with your customized arsenal. Arsenal is capitalized, meaning the power suit or the football club. But like, Daemon X Machina was known for its... It was a mech combat game, so I guess this is a power armor combat game? What the shit? Anyway, it's just something that I thought was really interesting. Like, how you price your game sets expectation. Sorry, bear with me a second.
Where you going? Here they don't eat dinner until midnight. You wanna go?
Oh yeah, no, you can see what I'm... Sorry, I just realised you can see what I was tapping there. So yeah, I've been fighting the good fight. I've been... Anytime I see AIR on Steam, I then start a thread that goes, how come you haven't disclosed this? What I meant to bring up... Hey look, you get to see what I was writing. That's what I do. That developer said that they have a whole team of credited artists, and I'm like, so you're saying in a quotable format that your capsule image is not AI generated? Because then they're gonna get nervous because you are supposed to disclose your stuff. Okay, sorry. jumping back. But here's the thing that I want to point out is that we have to leap between two worlds. The worlds of the creative and the worlds of the user. Now, in games, we all play them, we all love them. Whether you make them or not, you don't get into this industry if you don't love video games. Let me fucking tell you. You could do anything else for more money. But to users, there are things that matter. And these things aren't always inherently part of the creative process. And when you make games, you can lose sight of that. Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater, is a remake. It was an expensive project, but it's a remake of a brand that users know. That is asking for $70. And people can go, all right, you know what? I might not get it right now, but I can understand it. But here we have Shinobi Art of Vengeance, which is commanding $30. Now that's above the Team Cherry price point. Oh, Scarred in Alaska, what-ho. But it's also based on an old franchise that has an existing user base. Now, when Shinobi dropped, like, it was, what? In the US, it would have been either like 50 or 60 bucks. However, it was also, Shinobi 2 was also included in a lot of the Mega Drive bundle packs and launch packs. So as a franchise, it doesn't have the same value proposition as like a Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog 3, by the way, was $60 to $70 USD back in the fucking 90s when it dropped. Just as a little FYI there. And it's one of the wild things is like, yes, with Silksong, they could have commanded a higher price point and it would have sold. What was their decision to keep it at $20? I don't know. I'm not against it, you know, as a consumer, fuck yeah. That's $10 you just spent me. You just saved me. I spent that on more video games. But the size and caliber of Silksong as a project could have easily commanded a much higher price point. But that does have a knock-on effect, because if a user is looking at this for $30 and then sees Silksong for $20, and it's really hard to talk about this with industry folks because you get so far in the paint, you get so deep into it that you stop being able to see it from the other side. Now, we're going to be playing Hell Is Us. They went for a $40 price point, which I think, considering that it's predominantly a PS5 title, sorry, $50, which is predominantly a PS5 title. It's slightly below the average. And it's done okay. Like, it's currently sitting at nearly 500 reviews on Steam, which, for a title that had to share a launch window with Silksong, yeah, Kakazi, they could have asked for $30 to $40, and I think people would have played it. And Arandios, you see, you hit upon the art, because you think that pricing is a science, but it's an art, right? Because in theory, like for Silksong, they should have charged $40. They didn't. But one could make the case that by charging $20, you sell 3 copies instead of 1. So you could sell 1 at 40, or you could sell 3 at 20. So you make 60. You know what I'm saying? Cannibal, what's up and welcome. Coming in. Talk about price points in video games. Oh, and Scotty, what and welcome. Come in. Now, I do want to jump back because Moose was saying that indie devs undercharging for their labor is a long-running conversation. It is. The amount of love and care and life that goes into making a video game, the cost is never reflected based on the amount of like hours and heart. User expectation for what an indie game costs based on its visual presentation is wild. And like, I know our good homie Damien could probably talk for hours about that. I would personally like more ways for my indie friends to make more money. I think things like donation links and supporter packs and things are a good one.
I think some games are getting too expensive for their value, but have you seen the fireworks? They've skyrocketed.
Erriman, thank you. And Vanderbeest, I don't know. Does Scotty know? Someone should make a song about that. Yeah, well, so Arandios, that's also a good point. And platform does play a large proportion of it. So like when Square Enix released their Final Fantasy Classics collection on mobile, and they charged $20, and everyone went, fuck off, we're not paying $20. And they're like, but that's how much you pay on every other platform. It's a fascinating little experiment, that one. Exactly, Moose. Exactly. Sorry, Moose was saying that the real curveball here in this conversation is user expectations are influenced by where everybody else puts their prices. They don't exist in a vacuum. Thank you. I'm going to go back to my my screen here. And again, sorry that you all had to see me heckling people using AI art. But here we have Will's wish list, all right? And this is the point. You can, if you're discussing game pricing and presentation and things like that, you can make intellectual arguments for varying price points. You can argue yourself in many different directions, but ultimately, this is what a user is looking at. Oh, look at all these games. We've got Infestation Origins for $5. We've got Tokyo Underground Killer for $9. Ooh, Jet Runner, $17. Jet Runner is unfortunately going to have the worst time. I had forgotten I even had this one earmarked. It has done 30 reviews. It is $19. It's $20 discounted down to 18 for a launch day sale. Same day as Silksong. Poor buggers. Hell is Us. All right, well, $50. That's expensive. But then the interesting thing about the price point is that it says something to the quality. If Hell is Us was $15, I'd be like, oh, well, that's probably just some indie thing. No, I'm like, oh, okay. And then we're looking at Daemon X Machina, $70, 70. Nah. Like, because here's the thing. Tokyo Underground Killer has 4 user reviews. All right? If I roll the dice on that, like, that's a coffee. That's a fancy coffee. Hell is Us? All right, well, I need to plan for that one. That's pushing it. You know, Jet Runner's just at the, you know, I'll see what everyone else says. But Daemon X Machina, $70, that is a fuckload of food. That is, you know, that's a week's food budget and change. And it's got mixed reviews. See, and there's the other thing. Now, the mixed reviews around Daemon X Machina are predominantly based on performance. They've got some stuttering, they've got some issues. Like, the kind of shit that could be fixed maybe in a couple weeks. But you're asking $70. I'm not risking jank. You know? And it's really hard to sit in both worlds, right? To be on the development side, to understand how much life and how much sweat and tears. All of these games should be wildly more expensive. Every one of these, okay, not every one of them, because there's probably some shits in there, but every one of my friends deserves to be able to sell their game for $120 and make that $120. All right? Our homie Damien should be the richest person we know. That's not how That's not how it works in reality. And Scarred in Alaska, what and welcome. Oh yeah, Scotty, and the additional hidden fees, but I shouldn't even call. Well, I mean, I guess they are hidden fees when you're dealing with like Ubisoft and shit. Oh yeah, and as Scotty says, if it's released in the UK, if you convert it backwards, it's even more expensive. That fucking VAT. Moose, only time will tell. Only time will tell. I think the people that are going to hurt for this, it's less of the indie squads and more of the big budget. Because here's the thing, Daemon X Machina at that price point clearly wants to be a AAA game, but it does not have enough content, it's not stable enough. You know, when we start moving into the winter big releases and they're like, hey, I want $80 to $90 for this big one, and users are going to be like, yeah, but I spent 20 on Silksong and that slapped. And Nova, what's and welcome? Better, you know, Nova, better. Trucking along. Well, no, so Moose, it is a valid concern. If you are releasing a 2D platformer game right now, and it's not, and it's more than Silksong, like I'm just like that Enter the Shinobi game, I'd love to tell you I'm gonna buy it right now. I'm fucking not. You know? I kind of want to get the Inkshade game, but I might wait until I'm able to do like a stream of that for you lot. Then I can kind of like justify it. But like, okay, sorry, let me bring it one back. So here, Monster Mop-Up is currently rocking at mixed reviews, similar to Daemon X Machina, but it's only asking $9, you know? If we play a game where we chase a bunch of monsters around, and maybe we have a good time, maybe we don't. But at $9, let's fucking go, right? But 70? Now, one of the interesting things is we have seen that in terms of early access, users are fine. Okay, users are fine with the price of a game going up as it has more content in, so long as they are made aware, right? And I do find that fascinating. The other thing being that this new thing of, we came up with a name for it, and it dropped out of my head. It's not early access, but it's where if you buy a game, you get access. If you buy a game ahead of time, you get access to it before its official release. So like with Hell Is Us, they did a thing where if you pre-ordered it, you then got the game and you got to play it ahead of time. The premium release. That does seem to be another thing that's worked, and it does seem to be something that users have enjoyed. God. And I find that wild, but if it works, it works. Anyway, is Silksong going to rearrange the industry? No. But has it set a standard for user expectation of what they consider to be an indie game? Sadly, yes. Kind of like what Larian did for RPGs, you know what I mean? Zalavir talked about this when Baldur's Gate 3 hit its full release, and how there was no point in moving into the RPG section at that point because users' expectation would be, oh, you're releasing an RPG, so you're going to be Baldur's Gate 3, right? Hey, possibly Scotty? I haven't looked at the COD in years. Like, what are we even up to right now? Are we up to Blop 7? Warzone is different, I guess? Then they have the Call of Duty experience? What the fuck? What's the donation goal for Will Plays Ghosts? $2,000. You don't even want that. You don't even want that. Although, C222, I did finally watch Dan Olsen's video on it, and it was so good. It was a great example of how far we've come. God, that game feels so claustrophobic rewatching it. I mean, Scotty, that's what I thought. Warzone is basically the Perburpiga plus extraction mode stuff. There's no way they weren't getting in on that. Oh, and yeah, Arena Breakout's coming out next week on Steam. Why am I like this? At least they believe women exist. No. So Favor 6, Larian didn't jump. Okay. Larian didn't jump ship after Baldur's Gate 3. Larian are not going to be doing a D&D game. What they do next, which betting money will be like a new Divinity game. Now, if it was me, I would say drop the Divinity Original Sin and the numbering system and just make their next game in the Divinity world, which they wholly own, but play like, you know, Divinity 2 Original Sin and Baldur's Gate. It is very funny because in the business sheets, blink blink, Hasbro keep making noise about how they want to do more D&D games. They want to make a D&D MMO. They want to do all these things. Woe betide whichever poor bugger has to work with them for that.
Divinity Original Sins 3, hey look at that tree.
It works. And yeah, you know what? You can talk a lot of shit about Ubisoft, but they do have equal opportunity villains. But that's also after that time where we gave them shit because they said women were too hard to animate. I will say, okay, the thing about that was that guy saying that women are hard to animate was one of those things where the games industry had a little slap and a reminder that, like, hey, there are people playing this. Because here's the thing, is like creating two different skeletons and two different sets of anims is tricky, right? It's not easy. And when you find yourself in a situation where you have these difficult things that you're doing, you may not, if you spend too much time within the games industry sphere, you don't realize how that sounds to real people. Well, I shouldn't say real people, to users. You know? Hoffers, I believe that was after? Yeah, and Favor 6, so Larian started with Divine Divinity, a Diablo-esque RPG. Then they did a couple of those. I forget what they did before they did Divinity 2, the Dragon Knight Saga, which was originally just called Divinity 2. And that was their kind of, I can't remember if it was pre or post Witcher, but that was their movement into the space. Like, into the space proper. And Divinity 2 did good enough. They made sequels, etc. It was Assassin's Creed Unity. Thank you, Hoffers. But no, it's just that comment of women are hard to animate is one, very funny, but two, you know, if your art pipeline is so condensed and so complex that making a woman is too much work, then maybe you fucked your art pipeline.
Sensors online, weapons online, all
You know?
systems nominal.
PVS, what? Ho and welcome.
What who?
You all wanna get weird with it? Sorry, you all have heard me ranting for long enough. Oh man, we're not even close to the #1 Hell Is Us stream right now. Hopefully that bodes well for our friend. As a quick FYI, so we're going to be playing Hell Is Us, as I'm sure I've mentioned. We are going to be continuing with Silksong. We're going to be playing it every week. I didn't want to go too hard with Silksong because, again, I know a lot of you won't get to play it until this afternoon, this evening, or tomorrow. But there was no way we weren't going to play it at launch. So we are going to be playing Hell Is Us. This is a strange one. It's a little bit Bloodborne. It's a little bit, I don't know, Eastern European conflict zone. It's very Kojima Productions. And yeah, one of my friends was one of the main creatives on this. If you ever saw him, he looks like my older brother. And he's a good bloke. So I really want to be able to support this, you know? Playing the demo had me so intrigued with this game that I'm really happy we're going to get to do this proper. All right? Okay. We're going to roll the dice on something. Hopefully this doesn't fucking break everything. Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
The master's been dead for 200 years, but I'll see if he can see you.
Cheers, Scotty. No, seriously, thank you. Temporal super resolution is a default upscaler. Do we need to be upscaled? Do we need to be upscaled? Oh, that's why it was blepping at me. It wanted me to install a bunch of NVIDIA stuff for the upscalers. Oh no! Favor 6, I'm so sorry, friend. PVS, maybe that's why the Dice Goddess is actually stuck around. Okay, subtitles on, text large. Controls, accessibility, camera shake on, motion blur off. And yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, and Scotty, if it's only just come out yesterday, I ain't touching that for I ain't touching that for love nor money. I still have to restart a bunch of stuff now every time I boot the streaming rig because I stupidly updated the software.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
78 months, that's 6.5 years. Cheers, mate.
And cheers to you, friend. I cannot believe so many of you put up with me on the daily. I really can't. I've been trying not to be overly feelsy, because PAX was good, but left me feeling very, very odd in a lot of ways. And then we did Silksong yesterday, and everyone decided to be fucking great, and I'm just like, I can barely stand me for 10, 15 minutes. You'll come here for days, years. Thank you. All right. No, Legend, Get Even's the other game. Okay, now, does anyone need pee break, more coffee before we get started? Actually, I need a pee break and more coffee before we get started. I kind of did like that internal check, and my body's like, "Hey, have you pissed yet?" Like, maybe. Shut up, my body. Oh. Directions unclear. Peed in my coffee. Damn it. Will, are you putting up with us, or are we putting up with you? Ah. It's just that, I don't know. It's that thing, right, of like, you'll spend your time and actual literal money keeping this going, and I do not feel that I do enough. I know. I'm not fishing for compliments or anything like that. And then I hit events like PAX, and people are like, "Yo, like, thank you," and people bring me gifts. All right, I now have both Morgborg and Pirate Morgborg, and now I can't say it any other way. Which, if you haven't seen Pirate Morgborg, it comes with maps. It's fucking cool. I didn't party this PAX like I have done a lot of others, and you know, that was due to a lot of factors, but I've just had this nagging feeling in my noggin, you know, that there's a lot of friends and a lot of homies that I would have seen otherwise, but I didn't, and I haven't heard from a lot of them, and it's like I can't help but have that thought of like, were these people homies that wanted to hang out, or were they just party people? Do people like me when I'm sober? You know? And I've been struggling with that since PAX, and I haven't really had a chance to like really think about it or talk about it. So I'm mentally healthy. Oh shush. All right. I'm gonna hit the loo. I'm gonna pour another coffee. Friends, go get snacks. Get tea, coffee. Oh, Jambo, congratulations. Yeah, go get tea, go get coffee, go get snacks. We're gonna start Hell Is Us in just a second. There were content warnings at the beginning. I don't know to what extent those go through, but I will say that this is very evocative of modern Eastern European conflicts, even if filtered through this surrealist, like, fractal marble nightmare enemies. Oh, what's this? PVS, thank you. Look, the day I stop worrying is the day I become an asshole. You know, I'm sorry, that's built in. You know, I worry about doing enough for you lot. I worry about losing the longship. I worry about everything. But also, you lot are worth worrying about, so All right, go get snacks. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Back in a sec. Look out.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho Vikings? Have a sneaky resub Viking 64 friendo.
What you terror's been up to? Hey, Lyris, thank you for 55. How you doing? Oh shit, and a bunch of people snuck in. What you all up to? Okay, friends, Longshipians, and nonsense merchants, without further ado, hell is us. Let's go for balanced. Or, hang on. What do you reckon? Sorry, and apologies for getting distracted. I get lost in my own noggin sometimes. Virals, hell is you maybe. Me, I'm built different. Better even. Some say better than the gods. How are you doing, friend? Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it's a big noggin. It's just, it's very loud in there. It's very loud. It's one of the things that it's really hard to explain to people sometimes because I explain to people like what it's like in my noggin, and they're like, "Oh, like ADHD." It's like, no, I don't have ADHD. I have been tested. I don't have it, and there are holistic tests that one can do to find out if one has ADHD that I absolutely would never discuss or endorse on Twitch.television. One, you know what I think it is, Kakazi, is like, brain never stops, and I don't mind it. It's just sometimes I don't get to control where it goes. Huh. Well, like Jambo, in situations like that, like a diagnosis is great. And I'm dyslexic, which means my brain is weird, but I read a book recently, Shirley Esther Goes to Heaven, which if you like sci-fi, queer stories, and if you can stomach some real talk. Hang on, let me grab it. I don't know if many of you are readers. And before you ask, yes, it is by the same person that did People Watching, which is how I know about it. Oh, Aeon, thank you. I have actually been thinking, though, I might need to get a quieter keyboard just for the way I have the audio set up here in the Longship, but ever since the OG Longship keyboard died, I basically threw in this like last-minute replacement. But with Shirley Esther Goes to Heaven, they have this thing about, like, in the future, they've worked out that there are essentially like a periodic table of different kind of minds, right? That the physical makeup of how we are born and, you know, our experiences means that there are like hundreds of different minds, and they have a map for them, which I love. Because I don't know. The idea that there is this one set path and that the rest of us are divergence from that, I think is ridiculous. Like, but yeah. You know, I'm lucky because like I got my diagnosis for dyslexia very young. They wanted to put me on back when it was just called ADD. They wanted to put me on ADD meds. They were like, nah, he's just ADD and illiterate. No, dyslexic. But I don't know. Sorry, I apologize for completely derailing things. It's just, I tell people like it's very loud in my head, and I try and explain it, and I haven't found a good way of conveying it. I do worry a lot. But it's also why whenever I tell you lot, I've been thinking, because I have. And let me tell you, if I can keep my noggin on like analysis of art and shit like that, then it's great. It's more of a cocktail party than a rave. Varies. Most of the time, it's more cocktail party than rave. The problem is, so few people have also seen the TV show Legion. But the best way to describe it is there's one scene where he's in his own mind, and a formal, fancy British version of himself is trying to teach everybody in class about a concept. But it's an old-timey, like, amphitheater-style lecture hall, and all the other seats are himself, and sometimes they're arguing with each other, and sometimes they're all yelling at him. Yeah, diagnosed with a loud noggin. Okay, so, friends, we are going to be going into this one, but what do you think? Do you think this is one where we're going to want to go for the full-on combat system, or do you think this is one of those ones where we're going to want to hit it like Control? Because there weren't difficulty settings with Death Stranding, and we still got through all of that. We can change the difficulty anytime. Alright, then I will stop agonizing. Scotty says that their brain is akin to the navigation cyborg in the Cylon base. It doesn't shut up, and it often doesn't make sense. I mean, Favor 6, you joke, but in this squad, I ain't special. You're all batting varying levels. But it's less like a tribe of similar folks and more like one of those early He-Man knockoffs where it's like 50 different people with 50 different designs from 50 different places, you know. We've got Lockjaw, Man-at-Arms, and I guess a femme necromancer hanging out. There's the wizard with no face who's actually a munchkin. And a green tiger for some reason. Exactly, we are a hodgepodge. I know that, like, that whole, you know, everyone's a special, unique snowflake was something that we used to mock back in school and stuff like that, but I don't know. I hang out with all of you lot, and we are definitely the most Saturday morning cartoon mix-up of Mother Hubbards I have ever found. We are the broken biscuit barrel of humanity. We are the off-brand quality street of internet communities. This game, oh yeah, so our game has no map, no markers. We're indicating where to go or where to go next or who to talk to. We will never tell you precisely what must be done, how to do it. To thrive in Hellas, you need to pay attention to your environment, listen, and be vigilant. This sounds like our fucking game. Alright. Best played with a controller. Fuck. We need another notebook. Hang on. Don't look at my ass! Don't look at my ass! Notepad. The other notepad is all about Tunic right now, and I don't want to split the party on that, so this will be our Hell is Us notes. Because unless we just don't gel with this game, like, I really want to deep dive this. All right, Verdant, that's fair. As someone who has been diagnosed with no ass syndrome, you know.
Oh dear, needs paying attention to. This won't go down well with the masses, lol.
This won't go down well with the plebeians. Thank you, C222. Oh, so we know what that is. Now, this is going to be going over the intro to the game a little, which was in the demo. So for some of this is his second time around. Yeah, well, so Kakazi, I think the reason that they put that disclaimer is because it does take place in a fictitious part of Eastern Europe and is about guerrilla warfare conflict. Based on a true story.
It's a true serum. It's still experimental, hence the polygraph.
Like, tell me this guy isn't peak Kojima.
But my employers insist I use their concoction. Now, let's begin. How did you get into Hadia?
The yellow brick road.
Well, apparently, needs more time. While it's going through your system, curious about something. Why did you do it?
Anyone in my shoes would have done the same.
I think you overestimate human beings. I don't think you realize the time, money, and resources that went into this operation. You pissed off the wrong people. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You were smuggled out of Haiti at age 5, grew up in the foster care system, and dabbled in criminal activities. You managed to pull yourself together and become a decorated soldier. After decades of trying to get back into Haiti, well, you decided to take matters into your own hands.
See, I don't want to try pausing it because I don't want to accidentally skip this, but there's so much about this that's actually taking from the Metal Gear playbook. The villain is so grotesque as to be almost a monster, but could be a person. Our main character is cool with a goofy ass fucking hairdo.
Transfer to the UN peacekeepers, who were deployed inside Haiti. It backfired. When the paperwork cleared, Haiti's civil war was in full swing and the peacekeepers pulled out. I reported to my new unit, stole some gear, and crossed the mountains.
Neck Chinman. Like, we don't know who Neck Chinman is. We don't know who he works for, but it's clear that he's going to be a boss.
I needed to confront them.
How did you know your parents were still in Haiti?
I didn't. My only memory was that my father was the blacksmith of a village of Jova.
Getting into Haiti is just as hard as leaving. Tell me, who smuggled you out?
My mother.
What happened?
She sat me down in the back of a truck, gave me her necklace, and shut the door.
She didn't say anything?
She told me, never come back.
I would go on to ignore that advice directly. But in the same way that Devotion is the most PT game, this might be the most, I don't know, the most Metal Gear. When he smokes, it goes into his chin, not his lungs. But the fact that he even is smoking, just openly. And I did laugh at Scotty saying, I'm pretty sure that bloke drives a fucking cab in Portsmouth. Now, we did explore a fair bit of this early on. I don't know if there's any extra stuff in the demo, but I am going to have a little look around. Now, to those of you watching along, or if you're commenting on future VODery and whatnot, if you spot stuff that I miss... Oh, so water, so pretty. If you spot stuff that I miss, like, or if there are through lines in the ilk that you spot, do say. You know, it's only been out for a couple days. Not many people have... Okay, I shouldn't say not many people have played it. Not many people in the long ship have played this, so I'm pretty sure we're all coming to this fresh. But in the way that there is no map, we have to explore. We have to understand this ourselves. That means there's also a responsibility for us to uncover as much story and plot and the ilk. Because, I mean, you've got to admit, making a game about an Eastern European conflict right now is no small feat. Okay, large gold medallion cast with 8 figures and a sphere embossed in one side. Data entry classified. And then this... is an unknown language. Alright, I'm gonna take screenshots of anything we might have to translate later. No, not you! Okay. Just as Alan drew me. Exactly, Kukazi. And the thing is like, does that say something that's going to be very relevant to us narratively later, or does it say pre-order ODST? Drink more Ovaltine. God. Sorry to... I'm sorry I kind of got in my own head a little bit before taking a break. I do apologize about that. Like, I try not to bring my nonsense into the long ship where possible. But, because I believe it's yourself, Kakazi, that has the cute AI from ODST as an avatar. And I was thinking about this the other day of, like, when everything was getting way too much before PAX, I think I put it in human maintenance, which is like, I just want to bunk off.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Aww. PVS. Thank you. But I had that feeling that I just want to bunk off and ignore my responsibilities like it's the launch day of ODST. Because I didn't work... No, I didn't work ODST. Oh, wow. I'm sure that's not going to have any significance later. It takes so many fucking screenshots. Okay. Oh, alright. So it's Gustav, Otis, and Arlo. Take in. Time to get the shovel. Here's the thing, Jambo. In this game, I'm going to be, you know, reverent, taking my time. If this was Silverfish, I would have been flying, leaping with a shovel to crack those fucking graves open. And Shauna was... That would... Yeah. Okay, it's so weird. I wonder if it's the upscaler or an error, but for every now and then, it looks like there's like... Hang on, I'm going to try turning off the upscaler, because I keep seeing all these like little spatterings of white pixels that then disappear, and it's freaking me out, because usually that's what kicks in. Temporal super resolution is a default upscaler. Default is 60%. Let's bring it down to 60. Everything else we've got up to ultra. Oh, VSync's on. Don't need the low latency. We don't want the AI bullshit. All right. It's weird. There's something about it while it's moving. Anyway, I think what I'm noticing is actually the light moving through the trees, and I'm just not used to this level of fidelity. Okay. I would be curious to see what this looks like on PS5, because I know that's what they were aiming for. Archaeologist's notes. Actual sign says danger, high voltage. What I have not seen enough is memes about the subpar copper salesman. Like, that shit is rife. If I had money, I nearly got the subpar copper complaint as a keychain. Alright. And here we got this guy. We got a little while before conversations to be started. Conversation topics are based on datum, which represents specific pieces of information. Conversing with characters can reveal additional datum, which can open up new topics.
You must be lost to wander around Sinedra Forest. I'm afraid I have very little to offer.
Also, can we just appreciate that the rogues gallery of characters that they have in this is all of the best of the people that you don't usually remember, except for the main character, who's good old Mr. Jensen. Is it Alanis Dubois? Or is that a detective that I made up in my head?
You're welcome to stay and catch your breath. Frankly, I could use the company.
Yeah, Kakazi, this is, again, after we played the demo, I kept stopping and thinking about it. Because think about it, yeah, we have just walked through a forest into an active war zone in a country that has been isolated and sealed and mired in conflict. And we find a house. And in the basement of the house, there is a man. And that man is just there, surrounded by dried flowers, waiting to talk to us. Bear with me just a second, friends. That is a huge bottle of milk.
Who are you?
The name's Ernest Cadell. My family has tilled the earth here for generations. When the Sabinian army dug in for the winter, they used our home as their headquarters. I wasn't here at the time, but my sons were. When I finally came back, the Sabinians were long gone.
Also, the iconography behind him being very kind of quasi-Christian, but not.
They left my sons' bodies in the forest. My only solace is knowing that my fourth son might still be alive. I hope he finds his way home, if he's out there somewhere.
So I think... Oh yeah, so the investigations, we can ask about these, and then we can ask about general topics. Yeah, Scotty, it is, but it's so close to what you'd expect. I don't know. I don't know if anybody else coming into this is going to be analysing this game as much as we are, but I don't know. This game has the spark. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know where the village of Jova is located?
And I want to dig into it.
It's in Akasa Marshes. It's quite a ways from here. I'm afraid you're going to need a vehicle. Unfortunately, I have none.
Yeah, so Jumami, that's the thing. I think the archetype of this conflict is based on a lot of different things. You know, I mentioned Kosovo when we played the demo because that's what it reminded me of. Like, as a kid, seeing all the I shouldn't say as a kid, but during my youth, seeing all of the footage from that.
A group of strange-looking soldiers arrived here last night in an APC. Perhaps you can ask them for help. It's not the first time I've seen them. They always seem to be snooping around here for something.
Okay, now where can I find the NPC?
Where can I find the APC?
APC. The NPC.
They parked their APC just beyond the woods, to the north. Once in the woods, follow the wind chimes. They will lead the way through. I hung them in the trees so my sons would stop getting lost when they were children. Setharus, bless their souls. The gate to enter the woods is locked. Here, take this key to unlock it.
Okay, so let's ask we'll do the Hadia questions, again, to those of you that did watch the demo of this, I know we're covering it, but to those of you who didn't see that, and in case anybody watches this as like a full playthrough, I figure that's going to be good.
President Yanko, no matter how you feel about the bastard, he held everything together. His grandiose vision of unification kept a fragile peace together. That and his excessive brutality. He was the one that turned Hadia into a prison. No one was allowed out or in, keeping old grudges bobbling on the pot's rim, just waiting to boil over. When President Yanko blew his head off, the hand holding the lid was gone. War was inevitable.
Then on the Civil War.
I managed to survive 2 years of this damn war. No parent should have to bury a child, let alone 3. I'm left to endure this torment. That's what we do. We carry on, no matter what.
Yeah, I haven't heard bobbling used like that, and I like it. Because you know what I'm going to end up doing? I'm going to end up comparing this to Metal Gear Solid 4. A lot.
Despite all of it, I know we Palamists will win this war. We have Setharis on our side. The Sabs only pretend to worship him, which will be their undoing. Trust me.
I've cranked it, so let me know how that is. Also, the whole concept of, like, the Sabs and the Palamists and Setharis. Like, so he's obviously native and very religious. Doesn't necessarily mean he's part of, air quotes, the good guys. But if I had to guess, I'd say in conflicts like this, it's not a case of good and evil, you know?
I don't know much about them. All I know is that the peacekeepers came here to calm things down. The first and only time I saw them was when they were leaving the country.
Yeah, Scotty, try not to blow your ears out. Alright, I think he's still a little quiet.
I was walking on the side of the road when a convoy of white trucks rolled by. I noticed one of the soldiers. He was the only one smiling. He looked like Arlo, one of my boys. He waved at me. Oddly, I found myself waving back. I think it was a lost cause to try and quell ancient hatreds. Sabs and Palamists have long memories. I think of that soldier from time to time. I hope he made it out of Hadia.
Yeah, Lyris, I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's a topic we could definitely stand to do more with. More than... It's wild to think that, you know, JRPGs doing the whole, what if the church was the baddies, was a genuinely revolutionary idea not that long ago. When you think about, like, other mediums, like, you know, literature and cinema and stuff like that. Also, I'd want to talk to somebody who has a better understanding of, like, media literacy than myself, but using smoking as iconography, I think, is interesting in that it used to be the good guy move, right? Like, you could tell who the good guy was because he was clean cut, he had a cool cigarette. And it's shifted in both how it's perceived and how it's perceived in narrative, so in art, right? Neck Chinman, who we encounter, he's chain smoking because he's gross, almost to the point of necrosis. He's clearly powerful, and I think the indication's supposed to be someone who, you know, he's so powerful he doesn't even look after himself. Whereas this guy, you can see he's already gone through half a pack today. He's weathered, he's beaten. Ah, necrosis! Jambo, that would be his fucking ninja move. But this guy, he's old. He's weathered. This guy's got that my nan smokes 20 a day and she lived till she was 90 vibe.
I grew up hating Sabs, without question. My pap and my dad hated them. That was enough reason for me.
Oh, sorry, I clicked on the Sabanians. Sabanians? I learned how to say it proper.
Now, I damn well know why I despise the bastards. I'd be at the front if I were any younger. I'd show the Sabs as much mercy as they did my boys.
Yeah, Aeon, it's so fascinating because, like, tobacco product placement paid for a lot of movie stuff back in the day. And, you know, especially with, like, the post-war tobacco boom. Sabinians? I mean, Scotty, I'm sure someone will say it and then I can get it wrong for the rest of this game. But as the opinion on smoking and its effects have changed over the years, you know, as we've learned more and more about it, it's shifted. Sorry, Aeon was saying it's how, like, Apple doesn't want movie villains using iPhones because they don't want to be associated with villainy, right? Most of the time, any kind of car sponsorships and things like that will be the hero's car or, like, one iconic scene that's considered kind of, like, neutral. Yeah, patriotic smoking.
I've always seen we Palomists as creatures of habit. Like most of us, I hold my God and traditions close to my heart.
And PVS, very, very true. We don't know enough about this game to really comment on what it's saying, but this guy feels like, you know, he smoked because his dad smoked because his dad smoked. And at this point, he's given up.
We're humble and modest and tend to help our neighbors, so long as they're Palomists. We love gatherings, especially during the week of peace.
Like, that line there is so powerful, because he's talking about, like, his side of this conflict. You know, we're Palomists, we're humble and modest, and we look after our neighbors, so long as they're like us. PVS, that's very good. Oh god, yeah, Jambo. Okay, Catastros, have a lovely rest of your weekend. I won't be here tomorrow unless we decide to do impromptu nonsense, but there is no planned stream tomorrow or Sunday. So, yeah, once I'm done with stream stuff today, I am officially taking a weekend off. Okay, so that's all of the stuff we have to ask of him. Now, Scar Marshes. You travel between areas with a vehicle. Okay. Now, we can also trade with this guy, but I don't think we've got anything yet. Yeah, Kakazi, it's one of those things that we've struggled with in video games for a very, very long time.
Hey, Gus, Arlo, Otis, please pick up. It's Atticus.
Aww.
I've been trying to call for days now. Phone lines keep going down, so I don't know when I'll be able to call you back, but I'll keep trying. Hey, don't go killing Sabs without me. See you soon.
Okay. So Atticus is the son who is away, and I'm guessing that's him there with the watch. Because the other pictures of the boys in the forest. Does he have any details on there? Okay. Now, is it set in January 1993, or... Hey, PVS, you know what? Some weeks are a fucking challenge, but it's Friday. We did it. I think one of the other things about this game... Oh, here we go. This was the other thing. I don't know if we got it then. Oh, yeah, so here's our data pad. One of the other things about this... Oh, excuse me. Is that you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like, in video games, we've had so many people lay out how to do certain things. So, like, the zoom-in screen from the Resident Evil games, the narrative... the video game shorthand of it all. Okay, so here we go. So, family reunion. Investigate clues about the parents. Owner of a farmland in Sardinia. The blacksmith of Jova, who we're trying to find. The mum. Somewhere in the so the problem is, I hear it, but then I read it, and okay. We need the NPC. We've got the heirloom necklace. Now, it's worth noting, these are images. We can't rotate it. But that's the necklace our ma'am gave us, which is very evocative of the monsters we're going to be going up against. Village of Jova, village of my childhood. Ernest Cadell said that Jova is quite far and I'll need a vehicle. Okay. Oh. No, hang on. Oh, okay, so the squares are further there. So Jova, blacksmith of Jova. All right. Loadout, currently all we have is compass, heirloom necklace, and our cool data pad. Yeah. Well, so Kakazi is like... Sorry, going back to what you were saying about... Oh, this is our special requisition. Item 10014 delivered to Armored Personnel Carrier Crow Lav 02. Placed in storage. Access code 199. For security purposes, reminder, the access code to be delivered at a later date.
Hey, Gus, Arlo, Otis, please pick
Sorry,
up.
I didn't mean to play that
It's
twice.
Atticus. I've been trying to call for days now. Phone lines keep going down, so I don't know when I'll be able to call you back, but I'll keep trying. Hey, don't go killing Sabs without me.
Ooh.
See you soon.
We've got some cool extra visuals as well. You know what? Let's progress the game. Just because if I sit around and analyze everything all day, we'll be here for 1,000 years. Oh no, just what I was going to add was just the whole concept of like natural conversations in games. I do find interesting, and I forget if it was with you lot or whoever, but I was talking about Shadowrun on the SNES and how its solution to try and make natural sounding conversations. The bell! Its solution to try and make natural sounding conversations was to have you ask questions, right? Which is cool. Alright, we've got another unknown tablet.
I love telling dad jokes. Sometimes he even laughs.
That's pretty good. I don't, Sorry, you know what? I almost went too dark there. I'm pulling back. Toxic, thank you for the beats. Seriously, like, thank you for throwing them in. That's how I stay alive. I was gonna say, I don't get as many laughs out of my dad jokes these days. Don't know why. The thing that's killing me that I could have done, which would have been super funny. So, you know, alright, well, it's over there. You know, I took my Gundams to PAX, right? And a couple of people noticed, but mostly people didn't give a fuck, which is fine. I thought more people would be bringing their figures and stuff to PAX like I did. No one did.
I always say, I don't technically have kids, I just have fur babies. And yet I tell dad jokes. So I guess I'm a faux poor.
Well done, Puns. Well done. Oh shit, Puns, you're here. So, you'll remember the Torment Hexus, right? Sorry. And Puns and Lyris, seriously, thank you for throwing the bits in. You all went off the chain yesterday, and I really appreciate it. The Torment Hexus dev has asked us if we'd like to have basically a Viking blonde evil corporation in there as like a little Easter egg. I said yes, but I don't know, what would Viking Blonde be as an evil cyberpunk company? And I came up with it'd be a DNA testing company, and the public tagline would be find out if you're Nordic or nice. Can't be a cult. It has to fit into like a cyberpunk. Okay, it has to fit into a cyberpunk sort of adventure. Oh man, you look like I feel. Hang on. Didn't he want us to find him a medkit? We can't explore there. Oh, but we can explore up. That's what we did last time. Let's go heal this guy up.
I went to a costume party last night, dressed as a screwdriver. Turned a few heads.
That's very, very good. So yeah, that's what I wanted to go for, is kind of like goofy but sinister. Alright, so we've got pickaxe. Shit, did they change the... Take another photo of that one. Like, maybe we gain the ability to translate it, or maybe I'm gonna have to do 2 different fucking languages at the same time. That would be very funny.
But Will, you forget, where most people hate carrying stuff around the convention, you seem to revel with lugging tins of beans and Gundams around all day.
I'll do a lot for a bit, Scotty. I'll do a lot for a bit. I don't know, and I hope more people would ask about the Taco Bell Gundam, but they didn't. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so it was... Flamey fish pickaxe.
Did you ask for a bit?
No! Fuck! I'm sorry, forgive my language. Lyris! Holy shit, thank you! Fuck! Committed to the bit. Alright, I see what you did there. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, that... I broke my knees! I was too busy feeling gratitude. I hurt myself. Seriously, Iris, thank you. For those of you who don't know, that is $50. Which is a lot of money for me. Thank you. I guess we're doing a train. Maybe we should go talk to that bloke while you'll bring the thunder. Alright, but what's it gonna start? It starts at 4. Because Lyris just blew the doors off. That is 4 levels just toasted.
You found me.
Trey yay, a
Excellent.
Viking
12,
64
right?
big shout.
I can't see shit. I have blood in my eyes. You must have honed in on my distress beacon.
The train. It's like train. God damn it. Sometimes the internal voice should stay as an internal voice, and I'm sorry you all had to hear that.
Bit train, let's scoop.
Fucking yo. Thank you.
Who are you?
I'm Sifo 451, Epsilon 11.
0451 reference!
My unit. They're still down there behind that door.
No.
They were on an SSC.
Yes.
And got jumped.
I mean, Jambo, tell me it's not playing in your head.
I'm not sure how I got here. All I remember is hearing that door shutting behind me. I must have triggered something. We need the key to the APC. We need to get the fuck out of here.
Okay, who has the APC key?
Who has the APC key?
The sergeant has the key. He's inside with the team. The sergeant's easy to spot. He's the one with a dark red poncho. Shit. I'm hurt pretty bad. I need to stop the bleeding.
I'm literally just telling my friend 0451 spotted. Hell is us. Immersive sim confirmed. I mean, Favor6, you and everybody throw in so much. Like, please don't feel you gotta spend cash for the bit, alright?
Look, we have a med kit in the camp we set up in the woods west of here. We marked the trees to make it easier to navigate. Bring me the med kit, and I'll give you what you need to open the door.
Okay. I can use the directional nonsense now. Okay, so if it's anything like the demo, we've still got a little bit of time before things pop off. So now is the perfect time for a train. And also, see, I always had that thing as a kid watching movies where I was like, you know, why do people say they've got blood in their eyes when they've clearly been, like, wounded and they can't see? And then I realized the amount of times in my life where I've been severely injured and I've lied and said, oh, it's just something. I didn't break my hand, it's just dislocated. My tooth will be fine, it'll just need a day or so.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja
Oh,
Turtles
shit!
are 4 reptilian heroes.
Okay, Lyris, what the
overcome
heck?
the arch villain Shredder.
Okay, Lyris, hecking thank you. On top of a blue bit, you managed to get Queen Bison, Rolling Thundaga, QB, Quincy Beovine, Blast, and Gear Graphic. Like... Oh. Okay. Technically, that's QB 3 times, because Thralling Thundaga is QB's Final Fantasy tabletop. But Queen Bison raided in today as like a first-time thing, which was really cool. No, seriously, Lyris, thank you so fucking much. Like...
That singing in the background is the opening notes of Chicane Saltwater, I think.
God. You know the worst part, Scotty? I know that song from just popular culture of years past, but my brain is refusing to tell me what it is. Even if you blockheads find the key, I bet you'll never find the treasure chest. The blue paint is harder to see than the red. Oh, okay, so some items are related to investigations or exploration can be equipped in your loadout for easy access. Once equipped, they can be activated using hotkeys. Okay. Okay. Favorite items appear on the top. Archived items appear on the list. They do not disappear. Okay. Okay, so... Oh, okay, so mysteries. The Cadwell family mysteries incomplete. That's cool. Okay, so... Alright, so here's the NPC mission. We gotta get this guy healed. And so then he can give us the... He can get us into the door, which will continue the story proper. But the Cadwell family mystery... Alright. Sorry. I told my friend who worked on this that 0451 spotted. So yeah, forgive me for the tippity-tappity. And you know what? I'll chill here because the train's almost done, but I'll just take another sec on it. No, Scotty, I didn't even say a proper thank you when you throwing stuff in. God, I am so discombobulated of late. You know. I really hope this game does good. I really do. It's lovely when you can message a friend while you're playing their game. Because sometimes I don't know if I can. Some folks don't like it, and I often worry about, especially when it comes to Zalavir, of like annoying the shit out of him when I've been playing games. You know? Oh! Unable to authenticate your device's access privileges. Connect to the OMFS network. Ooh! Damn, Lyris, that sounds painful. I mean, I managed to give myself what we reckon was just like a stress fracture ahead of time. Cap hallowed, foul guard. Trusty Cap. If you can't beat him, join him. Let's get a fancy red hat. Oh, damn, that's like a hat in the void. But no, I somehow managed to give myself a stress fracture running for the bus. So in the lead up to PAX, I was basically just hobbling around. And I was so worried for PAX that I wasn't actually going to be able to do my thing for the panel. Okay, no, but seriously, I mean, that was Lyris as the fucking conductor of that train. Heckin' thank you. Neo Shdo, it's going really good. So this game is very, very fucking good. Although right now we're still at the very, very early stages of the game, which we saw from predominantly the demo, and because I'm really planning on going deep on this, I'm taking a little bit more time than we did with the demo to like explore everywhere and, you know, see if there's stuff we've missed and whatnot. But it's going good. Like, this week has certainly not been an easy week by any means, but, you know, assuming nothing fucks it up, touch wood, getting ready for having a weekend off, which is going to be real nice. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm exploring this area for this mystery of the blue paint. Are you kidding me? Alright, so there's the... Well, there's the box. So now we need to try and find the fucking key. Also, there's no map in this game, so we do just have to manually explore. But if I'm being perfectly honest, okay. And yet Neo Shadow, time off is huge. And also, I have somebody to take time off with. And I'm really hoping that that's going to be kind of the secret source. Because in the past, remember I tried to take that week off after Longship Day, and I basically just crashed and spiraled. I'm hoping having somebody else is going to stop me from just doing that. Also, have not been drinking this week. Like, I didn't drink on Monday after PAX because I just didn't fancy it, and then I blinked and realized it's Friday and I haven't even had a bevy. So, I'm very happy about that. Okay. So we're supposed to be following the X's, right? Like, that's where we're supposed to go. So I'm just basically ignoring what we're being told, because I don't know how much of this is paddling pool and how much of this is, like, teaching us what to do, or whether it's, like, for realsies. Okay, so there's the rusted key. So let's backtrack, open the green package, and see what that gets us. Yeah, so I don't know about you and Lyris, but I grew up in one of those, oh, it's not that bad, stop whinging, households. It wasn't bad, but like, you know. You know, if you hurt yourself fucking about, the general parental response would be, well, no, shouldn't have been so silly, or it's not that bad, stop crying. So I kind of internalized this whole thing of like, oh, if you're in pain, you just push through it. You know? It was very rare when I was in my 20s to take like painkillers and shit for stuff. Behold, the magnificent treasure of the Cadwell family. It belonged to our great-great-great-great-grandpa. P.S. Do not break it, you nitwits. Bracelet of ecstasy and wanton destruction. All right. If I told you, hey, Longship, I just bought 50 tickets to Bracelet of Ecstasy and Wanton Destruction, do you understand how good a night we're gonna fucking have? All right, NMZ, damage absorption 5%, endurance bonus plus 500. Oh, that's gonna slap. Yeah, I'll see you all in the pit. We're going hard. It does sound... Neo Shadow, it sounds like the headliner for a metal festival. We are the Bracelet of Ecstasy and Wanted Destruction. Are you ready to go hard? No, it wouldn't be a straight in. Like, that's one of those ones that starts like a melodic prog into like a high tempo, like rolling riffs metal. You know, the lead guitarist looks like fucking Gandalf type shit, you know what I'm saying? Support band to Bill and Ted's Wild Stallions. Couldn't possibly comment. Alright, so there's the med kit for the guy. There's a vial of strange substance. Let's drink it! Oh, here we go. So, survey report. Also, this is taking place in, like, alternate history 93, which I think is cool. Look, Dustin, weird as it is, I don't actually have Silksong withdrawal because I know it's there. Oh, and Chumbot, Watto, and welcome. Coming in. Also, Chumbot, I see you're currently winning Clip of the Month. Unless someone comes up with a better prize, if you have the top clip at the end of the month, I will personally select a game for you. Like, I will gift you a game on Steam that I think you'll enjoy. So Dustin, here's one. The creator of the Torment Hexus messaged me this morning and said that he'd like to create a Viking Blonde Easter egg. Which I believe would be some kind of, like, evil corporation called Viking Blonde. Now, I said we'd be a DNA company, like one of those DNA testing companies. Find out if you've been, find out if you've been, was it naughty or Norse? Find out if you've been Norse or nice, or something along those lines. But I'm sure we can come up with better, and I wanted to ask you. We've just started playing Hell Is Us. We haven't even gotten our weapons yet. We're still in the paddling pool. I do like the fractal shapes again. Actually, here's a question. What is the correct term for the topographical map style? Because I keep saying fractal, and it's not. And if we learn how to read that, we are absolutely coming back here. Norse code encryption services. Longship logistics. Oh, the peak in long shipping operations. Yeah, and again, so Chumba, if you share the clips, so long as it's nothing that breaks Twitch's T's and C's, i.e. sending it to a fucking bot farm, how you win is up to you, friends. Alright? Okay, let's go help the guy with the medkit. Although hopefully he's not been, like, shredded by monsters or something. I forget. Viking Blonde Longship Logistics. Don't ask us how we got it there, but we'll get it there. Oh no, Longship Logistics. Viking Blonde Longship Logistics. We're not the best, but we're the best you can afford. Viking Blonde Budget Mercenaries. We're not the best, we're the best you can afford. Fuck, it's gotta be that. Hang on, let me just send that over. Also, the Viking, the official, like, Longship logo is in the game. It's gonna be cool. Oh, for those of you who are new here, so, the Affordable Choice is the name of our mech company. The official name is the Longship Mobile Armor Division Affordable Choice. We're not the best, but we're the best you can afford.
I need the med.
Oh, yeah, this is teaching us how to do the trade.
Oh, good. You got the med kit. Okay, see that ladder over there? Climb it to the top.
Yeah, DJ Coyle. Cheap, fast, quality. Don't worry, we picked 2 for you.
Take this. You'll need it to open the door. You'll figure it out.
Okay, this I remember. Yeah, Lyros, I mean, that's the eternal thing, is you can never have all 3. Okay. Job's done. Good smart. Okay, so it's upside iron pickaxe, fire hand, then fish. Rumbles. Also, I'm fucking in love with this, this, like, distant world sci-fi synth soundtrack. God. Seriously, the Metal Gear fan in me is about to make this game my entire fucking personality.
I knew you'd figure it out. Now get the APC key so we can get the hell out of here.
Alright, so I'm going to ask him about Hadia, Civil War, Peacekeepers, Sabinians, and Polomists. Damn it. I'm tripping over my own words.
I've been to some fucked up places around the world. But this place redefines insanity.
Oh, okay.
I heard that they're still fighting in some parts of the country. You'd think they would have a ceasefire by now or something. Man, you really have to hate someone to keep going like that.
Oh, sorry, that was on the Civil War.
That's all smoke and mirrors. It's a pity they have no clue what part they played.
Oh, that was the Peacekeepers. Because these guys look like they've got the good tactical gear, as opposed to the OS Peacekeepers, which we'd snuck in at the beginning, seemed more like traditional UN. Okay, so the Sabinians...
They're guinea pigs. Who gives a shit?
Okay, and the Palomists?
Rats in a maze, man. Rats in a maze.
Well, okay, I wanted to go back to the thing that we were talking about before we had that fucking awesome... oh, God, so sorry. That awesome hype train earlier. That, you know, talking about, like, natural language in games, which I think we could get better at. Like, how we do natural language in games and how we convey that in games, right? But the thing that I really appreciate from the Metal Gear style is how, if you stop looking at this as a representation of real life and you look at it as a style of storytelling, in the same way that, like, television had to learn how to be different from theater. Sorry, I got talking about quartermast or quartermain over PAX, and it just plonked it into my noggin. That was the proto Doctor Who. It's British history stuff. Don't worry, it's not massively relevant. But, like, one of the things that Metal Gear did really, really well was doing dialogue in a way that fits games, but would be mostly garbage. Oh, yeah, no. Kakazi, did I not tell you? Bonio got a whole bunch of cameos in this. I thought I told you that. No, I must have left it out. Oh yeah, and the Shadowrun SNES game was fascinating because it gave you the idea of natural language. Because you would talk to somebody and they'd mention something and you'd go, hey, what do you mean maflamfa-flamf? And then you could ask anyone else about maflamfa-flamf because you just didn't know it was a thing you needed to ask about, which is very natural. The problem is, later in the game, you reach the point where you now have, like, 20 keywords. And so every conversation is, hey, do you know about maflamfa-flamf? And they go, never heard of it. Do you know about pencils? Never heard of it. Because there can only be so many stock responses to a thing that someone doesn't know about. And I think a lot of the times when we try and put natural language elements into games, it ends up being more uncanny, and users end up pulling back from narrative rather than embracing it. You know, the narrative boss fights of Deus Ex, for example, like, those were cool, but users ended up taking a less natural approach to conversation. See? Bonius getting all the jobs in this one. It's Quartermass, isn't it, Scotty? It's the proto Doctor Who. Right? Like, I'm not going completely loopy. TLDR, Quartermass was a sci-fi thing that initially was filmed in, like, early TV, like black and white TV era. Upon defeat, your progress will be preserved regardless of save points. Okay. Alright, got ourselves another one. But yeah, so it was Quartermass, alright. It was an early sci-fi show, you know, scientists detecting aliens from outer space type thing, you know, very post-War of the Worlds. But its initial filming was in black and white, and it was shot like a stage production, where the camera was just there, people moved back and forth and acted as if it were a stage play. And I think it's a really good reminder of how mediums change and evolve. Sometimes there is a best way to do something. Once we know what the best way to do something is in an art medium, then we can subvert it. Yeah, Scotty, I don't know if I told you this, me and Eric stumbled upon the Quartermass finale, the full color, I think it was ITV production with like fucking helicopters and shit. And it's good. Like, what's cute about it is that ultimately the plot steers it towards, like, the scientists of old didn't get snatched up, and so they're the ones who have to save the day, meaning they could bring the original cast back.
Well, it's that time again.
It fucking is. Yay, thank you. And at tier 2 as well. Sorry, it's always amazing to me, those of you that do, like, tier 2s and 3s. Like, it's a real compliment. Thank you. And you've, like, what? 2 years and a bit? God, you've been here for 2 years? Fuck. No pressure, Will. You've just consumed 2 years of someone's life. Fucking hell. Oh, okay, so this is from... We don't even know who the OMSIF, the OMSIF, are. But they were aware of the possibility they would be encountering entities. So matey boy outside being all like, they're all rats in a maze. Not here. Like, he fucking knew. Alright, time to get our cool powers. Also, watch the face of the person we are saved by here.
Hey, you okay? Hey!
Jesus!
Fuck.
Whew.
What the fuck?
No, not smash! Jesus! Shit, I forgot how cool this cutscene is. Woo! Fuck him up, little guy. See, we have our unnecessarily cool guy early on. Just like one of my Metal Gear Solids. I don't know why the loud incorrect buzzer meme is one of my favorites. She gear on my metal till I bam. He just picks it up. A new hand touches the beacon. Alright. So that's lock on. Gotta remember how to play this because it does have X for a regular attack. Okay. Because the reason why I say this has got like a Bloodborne-ness to it. Hang on. Audio. So we're going to bring the music down to 85. Sound effects down to 85. Sadly, we don't have a built-in speaker. There we go. Also, we get to, because I was very, very kindly given the fancy version of this. Alright, so. The heirloom necklace is very similar to the strange weapon. So, yeah. Strange weapon. Perhaps my father knows something about this strange weapon. This weapon is the only thing that can hurt the creatures. A medieval weapon emitting a strange energy. So we're going to try and find our dad. Because it's seemingly the same material as our mum's heirloom. And then there's also this guy. But okay, so we have like... So this is the standard poncho. A foul guard. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. A tactical poncho includes rear-mounted drone. Then we have the big hollow styly one or a boring camo one. Let's see what the foul guard one looks like. Let me get slightly better lighting. Alright. Well, that's kind of cool. Like a old-timey chainmail. Then this is the shiny white one. Oh, fuck. Damn. Ninjas. Might save that one for like a boss fight or some revenge later. And this is the camo one. Is it weird? I kind of think the plain black might be the coolest, at least for now. Yeah, the hollow white looks really cool, but you lose his face, and I kind of want that. But I'm going to go for the hollow white drone. And let's try this cap. There we go. And now we can see our little guy a little bit better. And we should be able to equip that cool bracing now as well. Yeah. When gravely wounded, reduce stamina cost to all actions. Fuck yeah. Hollow Knight to Hollow White. Let's keep it Silksong here, everybody. Okay, inventory. Check stuff. We found that weird vial. Now we have our cool little drone friend. And we've got some of that. Oh, and we solved that puzzle. Okay. As I'm sure you all noticed, like, one of the things this game was very keen to tell us. What's that? Oh, I forgot we can do that. Alright. Is that this game will not be explaining the... Hang on. There we go. Oh, and we can also do this as well, which I think is real cool. So whether or not the drone is hanging out on our shoulder or not is up to us. Okay. First, the sinners are brought to the tower. Is that what it says? That's a lot of characters. Scotty, I got that reference. Shit, what was I talking about before that fight? Basic medkit. Okay, so it's first the tower. Finally, sinners in the fires of hell. So tower something hell. Because hell is us. I said the thing. I said the thing. Someone sent me a cookie. I deserve it. Yeah, well, Kakazi, now we can go back.
But we left the cookies at the disco.
Oh, yeah, we did. We left those cookies at the disco. Okay, so it's the tower, the twin-headed serpent, and then hell. That's the solution for that one. You're right. Me left me cookie on the dance floor. Do you know they took that off the fucking jukebox? Now, I don't want to say that that feels like a personal attack against me, but... Me left me cookie at the dance floor. And Scotty, thank you for the bits. I mean, sorry, I get... Okay, so the first one is the tower. Then it's the serpent. And then it is hell. And yeah, once we're out of this area, we'll backtrack and we'll go check out the like the graves in the earlier areas. Okay. Some beads perform side steps for incoming attacks. Alright. So this... Okay, so... The symbol we saw earlier is representative of the sun. We have the twin serpents on either side of the tower, and then we have this thing in the middle. 50p and a bag of skips. That's really fucking important. Oh, excuse me. Doesn't this remind you, though, of the Abyssal Dungeon from Dark Souls? Like, all I'm waiting for is for the world's most cheeked up Abyss Demon to booty drop in. We were talking about Mixer on the weekends. Oh, that's just a restoration. We were talking about Mixer over the weekend. And one of my favorite things that Mixer used to do was a thing called the Hype Zone. And it was... basically, you could watch the last like 4 minutes of any battle royale game as basically like an explorable channel. I thought that was real cool. But I was thinking about it, and do you know what I want? I want a channel where it's just showing me people playing the first 20 minutes of Dark Souls. Oh. Journal prison guard. Preserved journal belonging to a guard stationed here as some kind of prison holding facility. Ruins of Serenia Forest. I am filled with glee as they enter, row after row, shackled in bondage of their own making. Asterian, Jaharian, filthy cattle. Oh! This was run by racists. Their stench unbearable. How I wish my duty would take me to the spire, to hear their cries, to revel in the laments as they finally grasp the error of their ways. Alas, my charge lies here. My queen requires it. Cerethius requires it. I am shepherd to the sinners as they await their final judgment in the spire. Nobody here is a good guy. They are mostly all evil. Alright, now where was that ladder? Here we go. Do you know what this reminds me of? I was thinking about this earlier on today. This game reminds me of The Surge, in that, yes, it is very evocative of another title, but it has its own identity. Alright, actually, let's try this. Fuck him up! Yeah. That little guy can recharge. And the thing is, like, The Surge 1 had one of the best openings to a game in terms of both body horror and in terms of subversion of expectation. The Surge 2 was more and betterer. Ooh, Braces of Terror. Intimidating Bulwark. Fuck yeah. And I kind of feel like if they'd gone hard with the Surge 1 the same way they went hard with the Surge 2, I think they would have been onto like a more of a stable footing. As it stands, the Surge 2 was good, and maybe it's one to revisit in the future. You know, till Night Rain adds more narrative content. I don't know when I'm going to jump in next. But I know I've got like Virals and Sauron and the folks who are really fucking good at that game to back me up when that time comes. Okay, when you successfully hit an enemy, faint particles. As particles coalesce into a solid ring, you can activate the healing pulse. Yeah, here we go. So this is where this combat system gets really interesting. Shit. It's hard to get down pat. And also, like, as your overall stamina decreases, so too does the amount you can heal and go for. But essentially, there's an active reload, which I think is fascinating. And I do wonder if it's going to be something like Bloodborne's system. Because as you know, Bloodborne's whole bit about, like, you know, attack, 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 is that you are the hunter. You're not supposed to be passive. You're not supposed to be safe. You are aggressive. You literally have the beast's blood coursing through your veins. So as you attack enemies, if they hurt you, you claw them back, and that's how you heal. This seems to be doing something very specific. It gives you this, like, active reload. It also gives me this super cool attack I can do. So, oh, fuck, I missed. But the active reload and the way that you heal feels very... very specific. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was a very big whiff. I'm not gonna lie. And, like, I'm healing, but with this one, like, you have that thing where your max HP and max stamina, or stamina. Yeah! Oh, we doing this. I'm absolutely using the axes because they are so much fun. But what we now know is both the strange weapons and the family heirlooms. There are different types of these weapons. I like the fact that he takes note of that rather than just being like, I'm sure it's fine. Yes! Viking style. Now we can do some cool shit. Sup, nerd? Fucked up there, though. Okay, so this is, we need 2 glyphs to open this door. Now, I think we fecked around with this a little bit in the demo. But again, like, I'm not going anywhere until we have done all of the things. Oh, and then we've got our parries and our heals. Alright, so let's see if I can get parrying down. Because I'm not usually good at that. Shit's hard enough when you're playing without streaming to an audience, let me tell you. Both parries and active heals. This is fine. I will totally work out how to get good at this. There we go. Now, did that heal me beyond the line there? Did that bump that up, or was it just healing from, like, actively what I'd taken? So that would be interesting. Okay. Oh, shit, it does heal me back. Nice. Okay, so I was able to do, like, essentially a full heal there. Alright, so there's the ram's head medallion. We just need to find the other one, which I remember is around here somewhere. Hey, if you can't be the first, Favor 6, it's always okay to be memorable. Not pissed my jeans yet. gonna lie, that felt good. Okay, now this says, let no prisoner beyond these walls unbound. From neck to ankle they must be shackled. Let none stride unburdened in the tower's shadow. Now, if I remember rightly, if I remember right, the other amulet is outside. And okay, so this is Sabinian superstition. An unsent letter from a soldier to his brother, found in the trenches of Sedena Forest, near a ruined entrance. Dear Marco, how have you been, brother? Unit's been camping out in Sideria after our big push. Cold as hell, let me tell you. Feels good to get some rest, even if I'll likely lose a toe to frostbite. Hell, I got 9 more. I gotta tell you something, Marco. We found something while digging the trenches. A big door sealed shut, and proper old. The captain ordered us to pry it open. Now don't sit right with me. There are laws against this kind of thing. Remember how Grandpa gave us hell when we tried climbing that old wall near the lake? We aren't supposed to be disturbing heritage sites, even during war. Captain's lost his damn mind. Can't wait to hear from you. Your bro, Martin. Now, I believe Atticus was the... Ooh. Drone bypass. Reduce the drone's active cooldowns. Oh, and here we go. Locate and contain reported anomalies. Investigate origin of evolution sites. Collect and catalog relative materials. And the key to the APC. Oh, and here's another storage locker. This one is... Okay, so storage codes so far are 199. Let me get my pen out. So we have 199, and now we have 301. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna move my mouse. Okay. So now we know, but we still want to find the medallion. And it's hard to get a sense of how long some of these trenches have been left unguarded. But there's a lot of areas to explore, because when we got to this point when we were doing the Steam Next Fest demos, I wanted to get onto some other stuff. I didn't want to run too late. Once I knew we had this game had the spark, I didn't want to burn out on the demo. Does that make sense? Anyway, so we have another letter from the front. My dearest Marina, we trampled through Sedera Forest with the fury of King Aster. Pals never stood a chance, and died like dogs. Must have taken out at least a dozen, scrambling around like termites when the shells dropped. Oh, it was glorious. You'll have problems. We found 3 Pal brothers cowering in a farmhouse. Pissed their pants as we took them out back. One of them was wearing a gold watch. Can you believe my luck? Sending it to you with this letter. Sell it. Buy yourself something nice. I swear I'll return to you. Oh no! That's Otis's watch. So we better return that. That was not in the demo. But also, forgive me if I use your essentially like outsourced memory. Because I do know with like a lot of these games, it's hard to keep track of everything all at once. And definitely with Death Stranding, it helped a lot. And the fact that this game actively wants us... Ooh! It wants carrots. This game actively wants us to explore. It wants us to, like, discover... Oh, okay, linked enemies. You often face 2 enemies linked together by an umbilical cord. A hollow walker, light-skinned humanoids, and a hage, a large monster of various shapes. To defeat this pair, you must kill the hollow walker. However, the hollow walker cannot be damaged as long as the haze is present. Reducing the haze's health to 0 will retreat. The hollow walker becomes enraged but vulnerable. Alright. I remember this. So... There we go. I got it. It's interesting, Loris, because like Death Stranding is worth finishing, but it's weird in that Death Stranding is worth finishing for the plot. But ultimately the vibes of Death Stranding are at their best early on. Like this theme of like reuniting a broken world. And I think that those thematics are one of the most important things about it, you know, as a game. Like, we will play Death Stranding 2 when it drops on PC. I don't see a need for us to jump into it early. But my axes have leveled up as well, so we do have a reason to farm enemies. That's cool. But yeah, so I am looking forward to playing Death Stranding 2. But I'm a little worried because, like, Death Stranding was accidentally the perfect game during lockdown, right?
Please help! We're in here! Hello?
Ah, this item doesn't fit. Alright.
Who's there? Please help! We're in here! Hello? Hello? Please help us! We've been locked in here for days. We came all the way from Talju to meet a man named Slavic Bloodborne. He claimed he can smuggle us south across the mountains.
Oh, you got played.
We sold everything we owned, but it still wasn't enough to cover his feet. We told him about an office in town, Vanderlyn Trust, some rich corporate types that are bound to have left some valuables behind.
Valderin Trust. I'm gonna write that down. Or Vanderin Trust.
So he locked us in here while he went to Talju to ransack the place. He said he'd be back in 2 days. It's been close to a week. Who's there? Please help! Hello? We sold. So he locked us.
Okay. So we got to try and find another crest, see if we can open this place up. You know, I don't know why I did that. Those are red barrels. What if that had worked? What would have happened? I would have blown up. She would have blown up. Just don't eat your kids. Okay. Anyway, we'll continue exploring the trenches, see what we find. Hopefully I can find some, because we need like, what, 2 more medallions? Let's go for the big hit. Big money, all whammies. Oh, that's cool. The red shadow there. That was a monkey see red barrel. Monkey hit red barrel with axe. Monkey surprised, the monkey explode. It's me. I am the stupid ape. I am the simple creature. Alright, let's kick this guy's ass. Has he got anything in him? Nah. Alright, so we've still got a few guys around here. I think there's still more to the trenches to explore. And it's interesting, now I've got the rhythm back to how to do the combat system. It's really good. Like, you have a lot of things to juggle, but you also have a lot of ways to manage it. Hang on, we don't need the light while we're out here. Yeah, you know what? You fly, buddy. Oh yeah, I'm going for full, like, axe berserker mode. Okay, so here's a dead guy. Now, does he have the crest we're after? No, single-use item. Alright. Center of forest. Found near door. Alright. Now, let's see if this is enough to open the door for the lass, or if this is what's needed to open the other doors. Because I think this is the back of the... Oh, alright, and we need some solid keys for that one. Alright. Because something tells me we're going to have to go find the key. All right, and the axe is leveled up. We love to see it. Yeah. Well, so Neo Shadow, it's interesting that you say that, because, like, one of the things that worries me about this game is that it's just going to be described as kind of a Souls-like. And whether or not it is or is not for me to decide, you know? Like, it's certainly not narratively anything like any of the Soulsian titles. But in the same breath, it feels a whole lot... The combat feels a whole lot Bloodborne-ian. I don't know. Exactly, like, Neo Shadow... no, I wasn't saying it to, like, you know, say that, oh, you're wrong and you don't get it. More like, go fuck him up, little guy. Oh shit! A time loop guardian was killed. What does that even mean? Alright, so friends, I need to beg your forgiveness for a quick second. I gotta go down and just let Jess in. I will be back in just a moment. Alright? Boop. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for waiting. There's a lot of beans. I think there could have been more beans, Laura. There definitely could have been more beans. To those of you who have just joined us, what and welcome. We are currently playing Hell is Us, and it is very, very good. Oh, Fussport brought in a whole raid? Shit. Fussport, I'm so sorry. Thank you with the many beans. So this is the tower they spoke of. I don't know if I can fight two of those Mother Hubbards at the same time. So, Fuzzpot, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. No. Fuzz, never apologise for bringing a raid in. We gotta name my drone at some point. If you want a primer on this game, let me know. But so far, it is fecking brilliant. Getting stonewalled by Silksong. Yeah, it's so good. I'm gonna be playing it weekly, so I played a bunch of it yesterday, and I managed to first time every time one of the new bosses, and I felt very smug about that. All right, we're gonna see if the seal works for the woman, and then go from there. Okay, so we need a flame crest to let her out. But we can go back and then we can open the doors we found earlier. Okay. Here we go. This way. You can't call our drone Tumbleweed. He's just a little guy. Okay, here we go. So here's the spiny medallion. And then the ram's head medallion. So we're looking out for an upward flame medallion. Okay, so the drone's name is Kevin, after the tumbleweed that follows us everywhere. Alright, so, Journal, the Queen's Decree. A worn excerpt transcribed from Queen Hava Revetta's lengthy discourse on the construction of the Arcus Spire, found in a sealed room underground the ruins of Serena Forest. By the decree of Queen Hava, for too long have we suffered those whose sinful hearts beget calamity after calamity upon us. Ineligible nonsense. Let this grand edifice stand as a testament to our righteousness, a shining beacon in a sea of immorality. Racist. A reminder that none escape his gaze. Here we purge heresy. Here we purify the kingdom. Here we reclaim our faith. I don't think you're a good guy. Ooh, okay, so a glyph. Mechanic tap, lock on no. In a terrifying burst, you recoil backwards, leaving nearby limbic entities stunned with a gripping fear. All right. Oh, okay. So we can add a glyph to the axes later. All right, that's cool. Yeah. So anyway, so to those of you who's joined us, we've just started Hell Is Us. I'm having a fucking great time with it. We solved the secrets of the ram here. Now we're trying to investigate the... we've got the golden watch, and we've got to try and find where... Ooh. Drone module. Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, what the hell is that? It's the thing that was already equipped. We have the key for the APC now. What else is in the investigation? Oh, we now have the tower. Okay, yeah, so with this game, there is no map, there are no quest markers. We have to work it out ourselves. How complex or not that puzzle is going to be up to us. Gameplay style is hard to pin down. Calling it Bloodborne-esque, I don't think is unfair. But it has a lot of blended systems together. I was trying to think about this while I was in the lift going down, of like how I'm described game, and it's less of a fancy cocktail and more of a blended whiskey. Like, everything's in service of the same idea. It's got this whole post-Kojima Productions weirdness. You know, it feels like one of the few games I've played that kind of understood how a lot of the Metal Gear Solid games work. Rather than just, like, emulating, like, cool protagonist does cool thing. It's actually doing interesting things. It's got something to say. Now, I don't want to tackle the tower just yet. It's weird. I noticed we haven't seen any rain, but we can hear it. That's a bug. Alright, well, make you boys dead. It has like an active reload system where you can heal yourself. Oh man, he's dead. It has like weapons you level up. It has your little cool drone companion. Like, there's so much of this that you can point to things and go, like, that's very evocative of X or Y. But it's all blended together very, very carefully. But there's also a non-zero possibility that I just really want this game to be good. You know? And where are those strange strands that come off these things going? Very curious. Hey! To our BYO battleship friend, how are you? I like that Viking budget mercs will be making its way into the Torment Hexus. And how are you doing, friend? Okay. The cow is still alive. I repeat, the cow is still alive. This cow, not doing so hot. Sheathe our weapons and talk to the old guy. How you doing?
You startled me. I thought you were one of those soldiers. It's not a bad idea to dress up like one of them.
Oh wow, okay, trying to render a lily flower in 16 by 16 pixels. Good luck with that.
Listen, I hope you find whatever you're looking for in Joa. You seem to have a purpose. Sadly, Hadia will suck it dry.
Okay, so what do you know about the tower?
What do you know about the tower?
If I were you, I would avoid that place. I forbade my sons to even go near it. The tower is haunted and cursed. I know it sounds silly, but it happens to be true.
Okay. I'm going to ask him about the creatures.
Antiar, the two-headed serpent, released his demons invoked by the sins and destructive passions of humankind. And our Lord Setharus gouged out his eye, gifting his followers with protection. And so the eye of God gazed upon his believers, freeing them of sin and destructive passions.
This seems totally fine and normal.
I believe they are the same as the demons described in the holy passages of the Kada. They appeared about 3 weeks ago. I've been praying in my cellar ever since.
Okay. So now time to break an old man's heart. Here's the watch.
Thank you for bringing this watch back to me. It belonged to Otis, my eldest. My father gave it to me, and I gave it to Otis. I'll give it to Atticus if he ever comes home.
Okay.
Listen.
Okay, and there's nothing else to be here. Scotty, where do you find these emotes? Yeah. Yeah, so Atticus is the fourth son. We know he's out there somewhere. But we're going to back the fuck track. Because we can now read the ancient stuff. Yeah, so here's Gustav, Otis, and Arlo. Atticus is still out there. But now we have the tools to actually be able to read some of the... We have the tools to be able to read the script, so we can find out what was said at that first waterfall. In solemn tribute to our noble queen, and the mightiest of her works which yet endures, the unyielding and tall above the trees in the year of 969. Nice. Solemn. Nice.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hell is other people.
No, that's the other game. This is Hell is Us. Hindle, how are you doing? Kept that spree going. I can thank you. So yeah, obviously binged a lot of Silk Song yesterday. Had a great time with it. Today I'm doing this because this game also came out this week and is also brilliant. And was made by some homies. Yeah, how you doing? Scotty, maybe I saw what I wanted to see, eh? Okay, so in terms of timeline, so the monsters have only been around for a few weeks. And now we can read what's up there. That's a good question, Scotty. Is it a nod to 969 Studios, the creators of Siphon Filter? Or is it a nod to the sex number? Only time will tell. Fort Maut. Mort? Moat. Eh. All glory to our exalted queen. By her hand we will, and the will of our lord Cethris, the triumphant of the Palamist cause made manifest. This game's got creepy nationalist undertones. Sorry, I shouldn't say undertones. But look at our little guy. He's just a little guy. And this is our little guy. Like, so far we haven't done anything that wasn't in the demo, but we've got the key for the APC. I want to go explore the tower a little bit before, like, getting into new content, although the tower wasn't in the demo, so. But, like, they talk about the tower like it's this mystical entity built by the righteous queen to secede the hand of, what's it? What, Neon says hi. But I got my axes. I've leveled them up to level 3. I know. Very productive day.
So what is this game? I don't know what this game is.
Did you not see the demo?
Didn't you play this demo? I feel like I was like having bad allergies or something.
Oh, yes,
I took meds and I fell asleep, maybe?
Yeah, that was, remember them, yeah, they knocked you out. Okay, so, we don't know the full extent of this game. It seems to take place in like a fictitious Eastern European country. This country has been in a state of civil war for decades. We were born here and smuggled out as a child, and for some reason we've snuck back in. We're apparently trying to find our parents, but we haven't been told the rest.
Okay.
For some reason, these strange ice-white creatures with like gaping faces that are like, they have this almost topographical design about them, have been unleashed. There's also a shady military group called OMSIF, OMSIF, who seem to be conducting experiments. Like, they got a real kind of umbrella corp thing. Who we are, like, we know our name and our reasoning, but we haven't been told too much other than we snuck into the country under the guise of being a UN peacekeeper.
Got it.
Like, there is so much that has not been explained. We know loads about the law and the country and stuff, but, like, as for our actual, like, why? That's another story. I might be about to get my ass kicked, but we'll see. The other thing about it is, it doesn't play like Bloodborne, so I'm not using the shoulder keys to attack, but it has like this weird active reload attack system. So anytime like a white ring forms around him, if I hit the button at the right time, I get a full heal, or like partial heal, depending on my timing. So it's got this kind of like almost berserker mode attack thing going on. But as for what these things are, why we're fighting them and what's going on, we have no clue. That's a shot. Indeed, a civil war gives us the concept of an uncivil war. Behold the towering ire of infidels, the Arcaspire, vast maw that swallows the loathsome Sabinian worms unto their rightful doom. Oh yes, there's this whole backstory between like two different cultures in this like country who hate each other. The Polomians, who believe that the others are like evil infidels. Absolutely not an allegorical shorthand for any real-world conflicts. A gilded gateway to the august passage of Her Majesty the Queen and her stately procession. But yeah, they're very careful with the disclaimer at the beginning of the game, being like, this is not representative of any real conflicts, current or past. Ah. Oh shit! A glyph of animosity. Rage, lock-on mechanic. Pure hatred manifest into a lasso that ensnares the target limbic entity, vengefully pulling it back into melee range and stunning it. I don't even know what that means, but... But yeah, it's kind of like with Death Stranding, where I can tell you, Death Stranding is a game about delivering packages. This is a game about fighting monsters. Why are we fighting monsters? What is our purpose, our meaning, what's going on here? I don't know. But we're kind of in like an alternate timeline 1993. The other thing about this game that kind of hooked me is there is no map. And they actively tell you at the beginning that you will have to work out these puzzles by yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, not a game for me. No thanks.
I mean, you and I could team up.
We'll team up, but I'm not playing this by myself. No. As soon as a puzzle makes me feel stupid, I won't play anymore.
See, and that's the difference, is that I like that delayed gratification. I like being made to feel stupid, and then I solve it, and I'm like the smartest genius in the world.
No, because I don't solve it, but I just sit here, and it's like I'm flashbacks and trying to do math on my kitchen table while my parents yell at me.
Okay, I saw the darkest thing today. Hang on, let me just murder this guy. And it was under the, you know the movie Marriage Story? It's like Scarlett Johansson and Kylo Ren.
Oh, I've seen clips. I've never actually watched it.
And underneath, it's, I like to put this on loop and play Pokemon Red so I can relive my childhood. Right? You're like the only person I could tell that to who would go, oh, and then laugh.
His name is Adam Driver. Oh.
His name is Adam Driver, and he is swole. Did I already crack this one? Oh! You dummies won't ever find where I hid the key. You're all too stupid. Arlo can't even read. 4 eyes, guys, probably too blind to see the red boulder. And Attis is too small to climb all the way up the hill. Oh! Yeah, we already solved that one. My parental unit would just snipe at each other and then not talk for days. And the weird thing, I wasn't bad at math. I'm terrible at, like, you know, like arithmetic and multiplication and stuff. I'm great at algebra. As soon as the numbers stopped being numbers and started being like conceptual ideas, my brain's like, oh, cool, no, we get this now.
I stopped understanding when they started teaching fractions and multiplication. So elementary school. And then it wasn't until college that I finally had a teacher that actually taught it in a way that started to make sense.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she was really cool. She was Italy.
I've always found that like any math problem that I can break down into like shapes in my head makes sense. We already explored this area earlier, but there were like tablets we couldn't read, and there weren't all these monsters in the woods. Come on. Oh, no, we got some more contestants. Hang on a sec, let me get round to you. Hold that thought, I've got a lot of blokes to kill. So, Simple Chaos was saying even now their brain has to be in the mood to do maths. Sometimes numbers easy, sometimes like staring at brick. That makes sense. Mister! The other thing is if you hit the heal yourself button too early, then you end up biffing it, so you get no heals. And with this guy, he's going to spit out basically one of the fuckers from Evangelion to ruin my day. So you got to wreck Mr. Orbital Object before you're allowed to kill his host. Now, I don't know what a time loop guardian is. Right as you texted me saying you were here, I killed one and nothing changed.
Oh.
Now, maybe while I was away, you all saw that maybe there was like a time traveler's procession, like Dr. fucking Who shows up and is like, hey, oh, knees up, Mother Brown. Because that's what he sounds like. But I didn't see anything. So, Aeon says, does anyone had a math problem they can't put down until they wrap their head around it? No, but any puzzles like involving like, you know, shapes, spatial situations, etc., I can't leave it. Like, Portal was really difficult for me because once I started playing Portal, I couldn't stop. I had to do the puzzle before my brain would let me do other things. Like, it's actually one of the things that I'm sure you lot watching, but I don't know if you've encountered, is like, sometimes I'll hit upon a puzzle game and I can't leave it alone. Because I know if I step away, I will lose my place in the puzzle. So when we did the Root Trees Are Dead, I think we ended up doing like an 8 to 10 hour stream. God, that game was good. But it's also that thing of like, it's not until we like tackle things like puzzle games with others we realize where our strengths and weaknesses might lie. Because I didn't think I did anything special until I played Portal around someone and they were just like looking at me funny, being like, how the fuck did you work that out so quick? And I'm like, it just makes sense. That goes to this, which goes to that, which comes out of there, which falls out of here, which drops down like this. We were talking about like, you know, brains earlier on, like the different kinds and shit. Hey, buddy, I need you to work with me here. Some bad word. Oh, it's the wrong fucking one. Oh, cool! That's a thing we can do, apparently. Never done that before. That's new. But you can see what I mean, where like, I don't want to just point to this and say, like, it's definitely a Dark Souls game. It's definitely a wham.
I mean, I don't think it is. I think maybe you can take inspiration somewhat, kind of, from something. It doesn't make that.
In memory of Balthia Kefka, the 429th Proto-Martyr. Oh, man, I love the Proto-Martyrs. I think I've seen them live. Half-Life 3 and Portal 3 should be the same game. They should. But knowing Valve, it'll be some kind of, like, fucking spin-off or something. They'll joke and it'll be like, oh, we're making Half-Life Graphical Calculator Edition, and that'll end up being Half-Life 3. And there's another time loop guardian. What does it mean? It's back. Okay. Oh, apparently Verdant keeps being thrown through a time loop every time I kill one of those. Oh, no, that makes sense. I didn't tell you, our good friend from who's making the Torment Hexus has added Viking budget mercenaries to the game. They're not the best, but they're the best you can afford. Alright. I think we've done everything here that we can. So, yeah. From here on in, this is all new content. Oh, the little guy. Oh, yeah. So there wasn't much to do in this beforehand. The navigational computer. I guess there's a little snippet of where we are. But I think later on we're going to be able to, like, make and upgrade shit in here. Ah! There's a bug! Gotcha! Be gone. Okay, so we are here in the Surrendra Fortress. There's nowhere else we can go right now except for the Skara Marshes. We can't go to anywhere we don't know about yet. Alright. Sorry, I'm working this out live. And away we go! And the best vehicle that 1993 can afford.
I was very impressed with myself for putting my socks on with only one hand. It was quite a feat.
Ah, there's my guy! There's Eves! That's my friend! This was not a demo, this is fucking cool. And Quasi, thank you for the bits. Check this out. We doing this. Quasi, that was kind of one of the reasons why I also wanted to do this today, was I figured most people who are avoiding Silk Song spoilers or taking a break from it might want something else, you know?
Epsilon 11. Epsilon 11, sound off. Why are you in Akasa Marshes?
Akasa, alright.
Who ordered you? Where are my men?
They're gone. The creatures got the better of them.
Abandon the vehicle and walk away. You have my word, no harm will come to you.
How about I give it back when I no longer need it?
I would advise against it.
It's just too convenient.
You have no idea who you've stolen from. Choose your next move wisely.
That detail there of all the finger smudges on the screen, I still think is one of the most impressive of this. I know that's such a weird little thing, but welcome to the Asker Marshes. Get a photo with me with the sign. A province of Umbranahan. Soundtrack on Steam is £6 and 69 pence. Yes. Oh, I will say that this upcoming area, I don't know if it dropped us this far out, but this is where we encounter, like, the first round of, like, mass graves and shit. Like, this game's not fucking around. And I really appreciate that. By which I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe it's because, again, like, Little Fire and me watched the Dan Olsen Call of Duty Ghosts thing. The Call of Duty Ghosts video on that thing of a game. Oh shit! A box of bronze acorns. Of course. Not all characters will engage in full conversations, but they still may say things of interest.
Why? Why? Why is this happening? Camille. Oh, my baby. Anna, my baby girl. We got separated during the evacuation in Tulsi. The screaming, the panic, the smoke, pure chaos. I lost them in the crowd. I finally traced them back to Jova, but I'm too late. I'm too late. Oh, Camille.
No, I was just laughing at Vernon's Call of Duty Ghosts. You mean the best game?
Without one of their belongings, I can't even give them a proper Palamist burial.
Okay, so we need to try and find... God, that's what I thought. Whew. I don't believe he was in the demo. And because we'll get to the marshes here, and that's the point where the demo just stopped. Also, you hear the wind chimes? I wonder if that's going to be a recurring theme. But no, sorry, the reason I brought up Call of Duty Ghosts is because, like... You know that whole thing of... We have games based on conflict, but very, very seldom are they actually about the topics which they portray. Most of the time they're kind of, I don't know, a roller coaster ride where everybody says military words at you and you get to feel like a cool shooty gun bang guy. It's always interesting how conflict is represented in video games because, you know, the two have been inexplicably linked for as long as we've had video games, you know? Escape note, priest. Had to flee the abbey, no telling where those Sarbian savages will do to us if they manage to get inside. No respect for sacred Sethian curse. No respect for no. Oh god, I can't even speak. No respect for the sacred. Sethius curse them all. If any of my fellow brothers find this, I will be heading to the place where we toured last summer. Find me. May his gaze lie upon us and deliver us from evil. Yeah, the chimes were first from the guy who put them in the woods to guide his kids back. But it's almost like, I don't know, the game's teaching us something here. Firstly, explore the shit out of everything. But secondly, like, instead of using the Valve technique of follow the light, perhaps... What the fuck is that? Should this game prove too easy or difficult, customize your settings. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Forward to the village, right to Partham Abbey. Let's go left. But I figure we'll hit the Abbey first. Like a giant testicle. What is wrong with the testicles that you have seen? They're not supposed to be. They are not supposed to be that spiky. What in the SCP downstairs mix-up have you encountered? Okay, ow. Yeah, I don't know if you need a physician, a priest, or a containment unit. Although, I do now have veggies and carrots, so if anybody's snacky. You want to go poke an obelisk with a stick? Kinda do.
Obviously, you didn't die. Concentrate and start over.
Little Fire is having a power snooze next to... Or... Oh, I think you're snoozing. That scared the shit out of me, and I deserve an ice cream cookie for not screaming. That was some scary shit. It's kind of taking a variant of the breathage death sign, i.e. you didn't die. You're retelling the story, so, you know, don't make it up. So I do have to be careful with my footing. And we don't have a dedicated jump button. No, we get commando rolls, but no jumping. And whatever the fuck that thing is. Hang on, no forces. Okay, so the basic premise with this game is that we have broken into a fictional country in Eastern Europe, with our goal being to try and find our parents. We were born here, we were smuggled out as a 5-year-old, and we have smuggled ourselves back in. What is the plot of this game? I don't know. Oh, module forward charge. Let's check out the family reunion clues. Alright. Also, we now know that this guy was a member of OMSIF Epsilon 11. And... okay, the village of Jova is where we've been headed, because we're pretty sure that's where our mum was from. And that the locals believe the tower to be cursed. Okay, what was that? It's the bloody note? Ah, here we go. This isn't how I imagine the end. Bleeding out in a fucking swamp. Smells like shit. It's fucking fanatics. Out of nowhere, one of them runs up to the tank carrying some kind of shape-charged thermite bullshit. Blasted right through the hull, took out the entire crew. Pretty much vaporized himself too. Desperate fuck. No idea how I survived. Well, doesn't matter though. If anyone finds this, make sure they all pay. Damn! Oh, and that was the escaped priest. Exploration. Okay, so for each of these areas, we'll have different puzzles to crack into. Okay. We haven't... Okay. But yeah, so we don't know who these creatures are that we're fighting. We don't know the secret behind. We're being interviewed by this horrifying man with like a, I don't know, with jowls for days. We've called him, what did we call him, like Neck Chinman or something? Oh, now, how did I find... I found this earlier, how to equip the... Cosmetics. Usable items. We haven't really had too much need for a lot of these yet. Darn it, I worked out how to do this earlier. I'm just trying to... Oh, it's a whole tab for the drone. I'm gonna shush my gob. There we go. Additional drone elements are gained. Okay, so that's a cool dash. And that thing is horrifying. Okay. So I'm going to save here. I'm going to check out what that gigantic spiky orb is first. It's probably going to fucking kill me, but there's nothing too much in the way of death penalties. Oh, fuck. Okay. Darn it, why won't you die? There's some big gnarly fuckers around it. Oh, okay. Time loop. Scadia Marshes. Alright. These guys aren't too much to worry about. Okay. The time loop is too dangerous to enter? Like, what are we even looking at here? Fucking judge me. Okay. So that was fucking terrifying. Time loop is too dangerous to enter. Alright, but check out the way it's like shifting the ground. That's so fucking cool. Kakazi, that makes sense. Kakazi was suggesting that it's like an instance we can get into, and that perhaps the time loop guardians are what we need to defeat before we're allowed in, and or we need like the next cool battle MacGuffin before we're allowed. Oh, cool! Found the hanging tree. This is great. A child's toy soaked in blood. Oh, good. 50p and a bag of skips. That probably belongs to the bloke we met at the beginning. Let's go. Alright, fucko. Whew. Exactly, Vershi. We're just playing one of those feel-good video games I'm all about, you know? So you know what's interesting about this? Is I'm getting a real feel for the rhythm of combat now. And it's good. Oh, a limbic rod, neutral X. Limbic rod, sphereless, designated X-ray, carved out of a solidified limbic material. Smooth, angular surface for insertion into a limbic. The doorway of the wistful marshes of the lost. What the fuck? Cool. But yeah, I do think the toy probably belongs to like the dad. I do actually. All right, where's your fucking neck? Yeah. I like to think that Hell Is Us is a real cozy game for the season. God. Someone would probably try and make that case, you know? Alright, so here's the challenge. We've taken a lot of damage. And if I encounter some, like, wee babies, I could heal off of that. But in the same breath, I could also get my fucking arse handed to me. So maybe now would be a good time to check out that whole inventory. Okay, so that and stamina cost reduction. Endurance regen, health regen. Alright, so if it's not equipped. Basic and advanced. There we go. That way we can kind of keep trucking through this. So yeah, so there's the time loop, and up there's got to be the... Man, this map is fucking massive. Just trying to level up our weapons and stuff and inspect all of this, but there is some haunting shit. Yeah, come on. I do wonder if the time we took to solve those early problems is why we're doing... Hey! To Restless Roots, whatto and welcome. Hope you like weird games, because that's what we're rocking with. How you doing? Okay, usual protocol. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. And while this is going on, this is the Inquiring Eye. Long-time readers will know that I'm no stranger to controversy. I put my neck on the line every single week to bring you, dear readers, the latest and wildest news that they don't want you to hear. This week's incredible testimony comes by way of fellow truth seeker, Mr. Anton Kozina. Mr. Kaniza is a resident of Skell and was partaking his routine weekend hike through the Cedron forest. This time was anything but routine. While in the vicinity of the forest's famed fortress, he began to hear strange, unearthly noises from its direction. Despite knowing full well the penalties for trespassing near heritage sites, Mr. Kozina was compelled to investigate. Oh, and Restless Roots. Be cool. That sounds relaxing. As he approached, the noises became louder and louder, and now at the base of a massive tower. With no further answers to his quandary, he decided to climb. Up he went, several stories before he came into a small opening, and lo, a horrifying sight. Don't just take it from me, here is Mr. Kazima's own words. When I peeked in that window, oh, Sethra saved me. The hairs on my neck stood up. It lost me grip. One thing's for sure, I'm staying the hell away from that place. Reference. Oh. There you have it, folks. Incontrovertible evidence that we are, indeed, being lied to by the powers that be. What is this mysterious creature? An alien? A mutant? An experiment gone wrong? What else is hidden in the hallowed halls, the haunted spire? Alright, we got ourselves a new... Oh, you good there, buddy? You got that restless leg syndrome kicking off. We got ourselves a new person to talk to.
Knew they were coming. The demons. All in the cards, see? I watched them like a hawk. What's going on to the south? Who knows? All connected. Got to find the pattern.
Going on to the south.
Taking notes. Pictures. Cataloging. All on the wall there. Can't leave, though. Can't leave. Government dogs waiting in the weeds. Want my research.
They want his research.
Need a zoom lens. Yes, staying right here. Need close-ups for the wall.
Alright. We'll keep an eye out for a zoom lens for this bloke. Alright, so this is what he's gotten here. Whether or not those end up being important, we don't know. Okay, but we're not too far from the cathedral. I think there's worth looking at. Yeah, Vern, no red string. What is this guy, a fucking amateur? Can't have weirdo conspiracies without red string. That's just not the done thing.
Viking Industries Security Solutions, the affordable choice.
Viking Industries Security Solutions, the affordable choice. That's good. We could pitch that to BYO Battleship rather than Viking Budget Mercs. Okay. Okay, that dash is very powerful, but... BOO Battleship is you gotta change your Twitch name to the Torment Hexus or something. But you're right that does work very well. But would be the entire budget. Oh, he's got fucking shields. Alright. What the fuck is this place? Okay. Ooh, a limbic polearm. That looks kind of cool. And a whirlwind module. Cool. Save. Yeah, Viking Budget Mercs is our formal title. You know, I'm gonna try the limbic polearm over the sword, because I mean, let no one say that we're basic here in the long shit, right? I mean, what is a polearm if an axe with extra reach, right? Fuck it, let's explore in here. We've got a few basic babies to wail on so we can test this thing out. Oh, we got some crowd control going on here. Oh, I'm in massive trouble. All right. Now, I do wonder if these little guys respawn when we're between areas.
Hey! Help! Over here!
In the maintenance room!
So that was the move I was supposed to do.
Hey! Help! Over here! In the maintenance room!
You good?
Thanks for the help. Wait. That necklace. You must be one of his friends.
Who? Who? Okay, who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Victor Gaz. I left Jova to look for my mentor Vitalis. My ears are still ringing from that damn explosion. The trucks must have driven over a mine or something. I pulled Lieutenant Rue out just in time. We're the only survivors. The explosion must have attracted the creatures. We hid in here until I could figure out a way back to Jova.
Okay, so who?
Who is Vitalis?
Vitalis is the blacksmith of Jova. I've been his apprentice for many years. I was an idiot to think I could go look for him. Recently, some agents came for him. You know, black suits, shades. Let's just say they didn't seem like the type to fuck around.
Hi, and to our BYO Battleship friend, have a lovely rest of your weekend. I will not be here tomorrow. Glad to see Dev is going, and it's an honor and a privilege to be in your game.
Listen, maybe we could help each other. Take the key to Vitalis' home. I found a locked door in the basement, but couldn't figure out how to open it. Maybe you'll have better luck than I did.
And yes, Loris, the blacksmith is the lead character's dad, maybe.
I'll come join you later. I need to make sure the lieutenant can make it back to Jova.
Okay, so do you know anything about this necklace?
You know anything about this necklace?
We can talk about the necklace when we get back to Jova.
Cool. Like you've got anywhere else to be.
Do you know what these weapons are?
Not here.
Alright, where is his home?
Where's Vitalis' home?
The house is right in front of the forge in the northeastern part of Jova. You can't miss it. There's a blue swing in the tree next to the house.
Blue swing tree. Okay, so he's not going to talk about anything else, but I think I'm going to stick with the axes, though. And we'll recap on, like... Oh, that's interesting. Oh! So energy is acquired per weapon, not as a whole. Alright, so the marshes are pretty fucking big. Let's see what's up here. Oh, sorry, Vershi, I thought you meant in this. Yeah, so I opened the door downstairs to let Littlefire in, and it's like, you know, it should be a bright sunny afternoon, and it's like the end of the day. Like, I don't know where is on fire right now, but fire season is in full fucking swing. Okay, AAF, 2nd Artillery, establish an artillery camp, identify elevated, easily defendable. Okay. Alright, so this was the artillery position. Not much left of it now. So does that mean that that's the cathedral? Jova's a pretty big town. Oh, sorry, and Lyrish, thank you for the bits. Hang on. Alright, alright. Let's see if this all opens. Vershi says, looks there are 3 large-scale forest fires. One in the Peninsula, other in the Cascades, one more in Eastern Washington. Alright, now, is it a timed thing, do you reckon? Order. That's timed. Maybe. Alright, are there any markings on them? No markings. Okay. Oh, fuck. He's not going to be in hell as us two. Whew. So that was a mess, but we got through it. Alright, and so these limbic rod puzzles, we just got to find more limbic rods. Okay. Yeah, Vershi, it was a friendly ball of nightmarish horror. Like I said, cozy game. Real cozy fucking game. Alright, now let's see if these pillars have, like, markings or anything we can work from. They do appear to have something. Oh. Okay. Whatever just happened there, I guess I worked that out by pure dumb luck. We've got more puzzles. Let's hear it for dumb luck for Will. Okay, a proud father. Says, Dear Eric, I am pleased to learn that your training is progressing well. Master Vitalis is challenging and stern, but always fair. He demands the best of his students, and you will learn a great deal under his tutelage. Remember that combat is not everything. A warrior's mind must be as sharp as his weapon. Be diligent in your efforts whenever it is. Know that you have a proud father. Ha! Yes! Sorry, Polearm. Did we just find the therapy sword of the summer? New usable item acquired. Rage suppression weak. Temporarily reduces rage damage. Oh, okay, so that's like a usable item. And here we have a Brooch of Terror, Dreadful Gave. Damage absorption, endurance bonus, stamina regen. Okay. This is a wrapped candle. It bears a candle and a book emblem. Big sword. Oh, here we go. Belonging to the unwavering fourth attachment of Iris of Rage. Okay, so is our dad like some kind of secret society guy? Alright, well, we'll definitely come back to this. Okay, and we'll try out the big sword. Because you do have to level your weapons as well. Which, not sure how I feel, but we'll see how it goes. Because I do love a big sword. There's one thing about me you gotta know, is we'll love the big sword. Okay, so that was a time loop guardian. Friends, I hate to say it, I think I might be an axe guy. I think I kind of want to be axe guy. Yeah, I have a big sword like that guy in Bleach. John Bleach, the main character of Bleach. So this is damage 5, endurance, stamina. While gravely wounded, reduce stamina. Remaining undamaged will reduce the damage you take. Yeah, I don't know why, it just... For some reason, being axe guy in this just feels right. I don't know, maybe it's the Bloodborne-iness of this all. Like, in Bloodborne, up until the point I can get, like, you know, the small sword inside big sword, I tend to go for the cane whip. Okay, so now we've killed a time loop guardian. I'm going to see if the time loop has relaxed at all. It's going to let me come hang out. Here's an owl. Also, I thought I saw the cathedral. Oh, there's the cathedral. It's up there. All right. Do we want to keep going for the cathedral? There's another time loop guardian. Sorry, I'm really getting into the fucking vibe of this game. Because I'm kind of wondering if our whole, like, absorb bad guy ability thing has something to do with our little necklace. And it does seem like the more damage we stack up in a combo without getting hurt, like that's how much we heal for in attacks. And is it me? Has our weapon peaked at 4? Yeah, max level reached. Okay. I'm gonna work on leveling up the polearm then. Might as well. Yeah, so Avenger, this is actually the news section in Peak. Not a lot of people have played this, because it's quite early on. But, what the fuck am I talking about? Okay, hang on. Did we come from the road? And then split off? No, we came from there. So this way, we've not been up to that cathedral. Okay. That's new. Yeah, we were on the other side of this. Okay, here we go. Polearming? Polearm on main? There are children present. Oh. And then there's this guy.
There's nothing for you here. Head to Jova, if you can. There's nothing for you.
All right. Okay, so that's Powtham Abbey. I'm going to try taking the toy to the guy and see if that's the thing that he needed to bury his dead child. You know, cheerful topics. There's nothing here for you. It's Jova. It's not Jova till I say it's Jova. Alright. No one's throwing any rocks, even if they say Jova. He said Jova. Get him. Alright, Chuckle Fox. I got shit to do. Now, does it still say that the time loop is too dangerous? Yeah, time loop is too dangerous to enter. But there's no indication of where the time loop guardians might be. So I guess that's a late game feature we're going to fed with. So yeah, I'm going to return the teddy bear, try and level up the polearm a little bit more, and then see where Jova takes us. You know, it's not Jova till it's Jova. Ah, no, wait, they think it's all Jova. It is now. Fuck, that's way better. Oh. Sorry, I was just grinning because currently we have more than the usual Longship 50. We got 60 people hanging out here today. And I'm gonna bet like 40 of you are playing Silksong right now. And I do get it, like, as much as I spent yesterday streaming it, and I did enjoy that.
This won't bring my family back.
Okay. So the bloody Teddy isn't his kids. Okay. Cheeky save. I'm glad we got to play as much Silksong yesterday as we did on launch day. There was no way I was going to be able to do that. But I also appreciate, like, how many folks were like, love being here, don't want spoilers. And, like, to be honest, it was really hard finding a place to raid into last night that wasn't playing Silksong. Because of its, like, non-linear setup. Someone could have been playing for... Because, like, Ems was playing for hours before... like, I even jumped on, and yet we managed to find something they hadn't seen. Alright, Town of Jova. Huh. Wonder what that is. I'm going to avoid it. Level up. So interesting thing as well, the moves your little buddy does do not count towards your stamina. Another time loop guardian killed. No, it's not I. Ah, Tajenko Thestral, how are you doing? Watto, happy Silksong weekend to all who celebrate. How are you doing? We are currently playing Hell Is Us. Buddy, I know you're about to ambush me. Can we be done with the theatrics? Come on. Come on. Alright. Thank you. Hey, did I mention I'm really enjoying this? Well, I don't know if that was obvious. Yeah, I don't know if it's super obvious, but I'm having a really good time with this. Yeah, Jenko, I'm doing okay. You know, as I like to say, everything happened so much, but pole arm leveled. You know, PAX was good. We had, okay, did 2 great panels, and Little Fire and I got to do a stream on the Beacon booth that was really good. Oh, sorry, ordered by Lord Gabron III, we have come to the presence of this flute of restoration. After investigation is indeed showed promising virtue. The Amne, I need to not say anime, the Amine cast has been meticulously unbound as was requested and carried forth into the crucible of the 5th Forge for further study. Of course, all of that makes so much sense. But yeah. Jenko, it's... I mean, everything happens too much, but... in as well as any of us can, I'm doing great. You know? I don't know how long it's been since you popped on in, but like... stream's been going now... 7 fucking years, if you can believe that. Never gonna get tired of that. The only way that would be better is if Uncle Death popped up and did his Killtacular. You're a cool dude, senpai. Okay, we have melted everything in the surrounding area, so I think we're ready to start exploring the town of Jova. Oh, good. Jova's fucked. Okay, new subtitle for this game. Getting Jova it with Will Overguard. Yeah, pop your thing out. But yeah, so Jenko, this is Hell Is Us. It is a Kojima-coded, surreal action game. I could not tell you the plot of it. Kind of like how, you know, at the beginning of Death Stranding, you can say, you play as Norman Reedus, and you deliver packages. In this, you play as this guy. And you don't deliver packages, but you do... and you do fight these monsters with weird... I don't know, I haven't come up with a good term for it, because it's not fractal. It's almost kind of, I don't know, topographical. Time Loop Guardian slain. But they have... The best way to describe them is it's like they're topographical. You know, they're these strange, hollowed out, weird creatures. N1. The proof is in plain sight. That feels important. Yeah, well, Kakazi, at some point, like, I need to stop and start making food. Because we didn't get to do nice dinner last night, so I'm making up a big old dinner tonight. Alright, well, I don't think this is the place we're supposed to go. I don't see a blue swing or anything. You know what? Let's go and talk to whoever's inside before I go downstairs and get us in trouble. From the other side. Because there's clearly a cool kid basement. Sabian family tree. Oh, God. And there's this guy.
You want to join me? There's plenty of booze to go around.
Not till I've had some
Hey,
food, mate.
You want to hear a story? I got one for you. Our hero is hiding in the marsh like a scared, pitiful little shit. What is he doing, you ask?
I don't know. What is he doing?
He's watching his family being hung by the people he once called friends.
Neperios, what a welcome. You picked a hell of a time to come in.
He comes out of hiding to rescue them at the last second, right? No. Not this guy. He waits. He waits until the Asterian armed forces show up. What a brave bastard. You wanna know how it ends? Spoiler alert. He drinks himself to death.
Well, here's your bear. Maybe ease off it, because honestly, it's going to take a long time with beer.
This was his favorite toy. He carried it wherever he went. Thank you for returning it.
So Perios, the gameplay is fucking good.
Now that I have something of his to hold on to.
Once drunk guy's done with his story,
Please
I'll
take his picture away. I can't look at him anymore. The guilt and shame. It's unbearable. Thank you. I don't know how I'm supposed to carry on after this. All of us deserve something better.
Okay, classroom picture. A picture of primary school children with a teacher. And okay, this is probably going to end up being heckin' important. I just can't work out, like, those musical notes in the corner or something.
Thank you.
Okay. So, this is heckin' good. I played the demo and I really liked it. And I should say, my buddy worked on this. So I do have a certain kind of like homey bias, but I also wouldn't spend 4.5 hours on this game if I hated it. So far, it's a hard one to pin down, right? Like, so it's a melee combat system, and it's pretty simplistic, right? Like you have, so far we've gotten like 4 weapons pretty early on: polearm, sword, 2 axes, and a big greatsword. And you have a basic attack. And a charge, which you can use up. You've got your little drone with special abilities, and he'll stun enemies or turn your flashlight on and off and things like that. But the interesting thing about it is there's like an active reload healing system, which is kind of like somewhere between Gears of War and Bloodborne, in that you have to go aggressive to accumulate possible heals. But... ooh! Grief suppressor. Temporarily reduces grief damage. What's grief damage? But in terms of the game, it's way more evocative of Death Stranding in that no one has explained to us flat out what's going on. The whole thing takes place in some kind of like faux Eastern European country that's kind of a stand-in for a lot of... Did we just find a fucking damage? Emotional damage. Did we just find a fucking dungeon? Alright. Oh, cool. A baby is crying. Empty baby bottles. good deed started. We gotta go get some milk for this kid.
You scared me. I thought the little one and I were done for. I'm Judith, and this little fella is Uli. I promised his mother I would care for him when the program came for her.
Pogrom.
I've been hiding down here ever since. The soldiers up there wouldn't hesitate to gun down a Palomist woman, especially one who cares for a Sabinian baby. I rationed his milk as long as possible, but ran out yesterday. Poor Uli is starving. I don't know how I can possibly get any more. You scared me. I rationed.
Okay. Not what I was expecting to find down here, let me tell you. Limbic battery. Increased limbic battery generation. Alright, well, I don't think there's going to be milk down here, but we'll see what we can find. There was another area to drop down to. Is it here? Yeah. Alright, let's go kill some other hubbards. Okay. But yeah, so I don't know if you saw during that like the white elements that drift up and then form a circle, if you hit heal at exactly the moment they form a circle, then you heal up. But you have to do it at the right time. Too early and it dissipates. Too late and you miss it. Come on, kids. There's also like an active parry system if you can get good at it. I haven't, but... I still don't know what those do. We've encountered them before. But yeah, so it's an interesting one in that it's simultaneously this bizarre, surreal... Lady Margaret, feared mother of Argru, cast aside the sacred veil to brace upon the children of Balm. From the great city of Trisk and a boundless mercy, all traditionalist hamlets and great halls shall receive comforting embrace of the ever-growing Yamal caves. Let the tunnels spread like tendrils to protect us against further materials of Tedar's demon. Ta-da! Alright, so these are old tunnels. Okay. But yeah, I'm trying not to speak for the game, and we need to get further in before I can really talk about it, but... But this is making no subtlety about its similarities to real conflicts. Hollow picture of a happy family found in the tunnels beneath Jova. And then what's in here? Okay, miscellaneous journal. Heading into our third week down here, at least I think it's been 3 weeks. I've lost all notion of time. Not seeing the sun for this long. We thought the Sab forces would have moved on by now, but they're hanging around for some reason. Food is running low. One of us will have to risk going out there for supplies. I have no doubt the Sabs will execute us on sight for what we did. That's what I would do. I have no regrets. Hang those filthy Sabs again and again. Sethra save us. So basically there's two different like ethnic groups in this faux Eastern European country. One being highly religious, the other not. And they've been at each other's throats for years. As it was explained at the beginning, when the old leader of the regime died off, basically it all boiled over, and this whole place has been like a civil war zone ever since. Oh, welcome back, Dustin. It's going really good. This game has definitely got its hooks into me. So, problem is, friends, when are we going to find time to play? Okay, so this is in the tunnels. Got a little picture of it. When are we going to find time to play every one of these feckin' games that we got on the docket? Come on. Because, like, right now... Oh, poor guy. Unlock and open. Oh, cool. Alright, so we've now got, like, a little hidden entrance into the city. Because right now, on rotation, we have Tunic, Silk Song, and now this. Not to mention the fact that we haven't gotten to do any new Sea of Thieves, and we haven't gotten to do any more Abiotic Factor. I'll check the notes there, Verdant, but I think hell is still us. I have this feeling like we've somehow snuck into the city the long way? Okay. Jesus. But yeah, there's a lot of like generational hate in the framework of this country. There's a lot of, you know, eye for an eye forever. Poppy! Hang on, let me talk to him first. Let's talk to them first. We can free the dog.
I found the poor pup whimpering alone in a house, just abandoned there by the owners. Unbelievable how utterly heartless these Palamists are. He's in good hands now, though. Aren't you? Who's a good boy?
No, he wants to leave.
I don't want it.
Alright, we'll talk to some people first before I get us all in trouble, but...
They recently assigned me to this battalion. I needed a breather after we pushed through Umbrahan. I heard rumors about what was going on behind the front lines. That shit in the forest. That isn't me. The Asterian army is filled with men like Vass. And he is as filthy as they come. Watch your back.
I've seen Enzo and Daniel do some fucked up shit. This takes the cake. Almost retched when I walked in. And again, what happened to their families? I guess it's tit for tat, huh?
Jesus. What are we about to walk in on? I am probably going to have to go and... Oh, God. Mead nearly empty. Jesus fuck.
Damn it! Of course I drew the short straw. The worst cleanup job in town and I pull it. Figures.
Okay, so, Typhon Hoshiro. Now, if you're memeing, that's fine, but explain your workings out. Like, you're saying this game feels closer to Jedi Fallen Order. I'm not seeing it. But like, I've only gotten this far in. Like, I haven't played much more. We just made it to the city. And it seems like, well, the Sab forces have pretty much taken it. Like, who knows what's in this place? Blocking the door. Okay. Oh, you know what? There was my brain kind of like careening all over the place. Yes, because Fallen Order is the newer titles that's got that kind of post-Soulsian Sekiro influence. This one, at least so far, seems less about like stance breaks and the ilk and more about like...
Dear Diary.
Oh no.
Mommy and Daddy are still yelling at each other a lot. Daddy says there's a lot of bad men coming to hurt us. Makes me really scared. Uncle Jaffer is the only one who still plays with me. He says we should all go to the lake with him. He says it's safer there.
Oof.
But, I don't want to leave my friends.
No prizes for guessing how that one turned out. But yeah, it's been hard to put into words like how the combat system feels. It feels good, but I don't have a direct allegory. There's lots of good pieces from lots of good combat systems blended together, and they work. Oh.
You're not a soldier, are you?
Oh no! Also, spot the flowers.
Please don't tell anyone I'm here.
You good?
Hey, who are you?
I'm Rebecca.
But yeah, so Typhon, I see what you mean now. I see what you mean. I got my Jedi Knight games mixed up in my head because I thought you were talking about Jedi Outcast, and I was like, eh? You know? If we haven't met, my name's Will. I worked in video games for a squillion years. I do this for a living now. So, yeah, are you much further in?
I've been hiding here since the attack on Jova. When the bombs fell from the sky, I was playing in the treehouse with my baby brother. Parents ran out and screamed at us to get down. My baby brother ran to them. That's when the bomb exploded.
Okay.
What happened here?
The soldiers rounded up everyone. Uncle Jaffer told me to hide when they entered the house. They arrested him and they took him somewhere else.
Hey, you notice you can see the tree in the background?
The soldiers separated everyone. The men, the women, the children. People were screaming and crying when they were being forced into the buses. The soldiers didn't take everyone, though. The rest were brought into the forest across the marsh. Only the soldiers came back.
Where's your uncle?
Where's your uncle?
I don't know where they took Uncle Jaffer. I know he wasn't taken into the forest with the others. I hope they let him go. He promised to take me somewhere safe.
Okay, well, let's see if she's got any, like, general knowledge, and then...
Miss Haley taught us about Hadia. She told us that the Sabinians were horrible people who always wanted to hurt us. And they gave us examples of what happened in our history.
Generational trauma taught in schools.
King Astor was a very mean man who wanted to eliminate all the Palamists. The Sabinians think he's a hero. It's true. Look at what they did to us in Jova. Miss Haley was right. They all hate us. I want this to end. I want my mom and dad to tell me everything will be okay. I want to play with my baby brother in the treehouse.
Damn. And Edwin, I will say that I prefer this over like the Bethesdian style, and like this works to get a lot of emotion from these characters.
I want to go to school.
Yeah, they're not pulling punches here.
In the marsh.
It's all right.
Listen to Uncle Jaffer's sermons.
Sadlin gave me a box of wine And I think it's going to be time to crack that out while I'm cooking.
I want things to go back to normal. I don't think they ever will.
And it's something I talked about a lot when we were doing, I don't know if it was Death Stranding, but it was a similar title, about how sometimes you need stories that are so outlandish to be able to tell grounded stories. It's interesting that in games that are actually about modern conflict, they tend to have the least amount of teeth, and that sometimes scenes like this would often be precluded with a press F to pay respects. Whereas this, we are a dude with an afro and a poncho and a drone friend. We have been fighting wibbly topographical fractal faceless monsters from an unknown location in a strange place. Like, we have glowing axes that we use that probably come from another dimension. Because that's the back and forth of it, when moments like this hit, they hit. Now, I didn't want to focus on it too hard, but the environmental storytelling from that building we just left was harsh. Like, and nothing truly shows the horrific, brutal face of war than not what is focused upon, but what is skipped over, the normality of horrors. Yeah, this game is not pulling any punches.
They were always nice to me. Sal wanted me to
ask
stay
for the
with them
peacekeepers.
at their outpost, but I didn't want to. This is my home. She came to see me in secret and make sure I had food. This morning, she told me she was leaving. She wanted me to leave Jova with them. I told her I was staying for Uncle Jaffer. She gave me more food and said goodbye.
Fuck.
I hate them. They killed my mom and dad. They killed my baby brother. He was only
Time to
5.
drink yet.
Miss Haley was right about them. They're not people. They're all murderers. Everyone I know is gone. They're with Zethris now, in the higher place.
I think so, Edwin. And I think it's hard to cover real-world conflict and real-world topics, because when you take a step back and you look at it from a protagonist's viewpoint, it's all so silly, it's all so solvable, right? With the indomitable power of protagonist, you know, a quasi-omnipotence combined with immortality, the ability to reload your saves, think how many things could be solved or fixed, right?
Uncle Jaffer talks about it in his sermons. It's where we go when we die. It's a place that has no memories. You only feel happiness.
Oh, Fred, no, don't make that joke. We just got to the village after it has been bombed to hell and is now being occupied. Up until this point, this game has been a bit weird, a bit Hideo Kojima, but this is like if he actually said it with his full chest. You know, I keep thinking about how they have that opening in Metal Gear Solid 4, talking about how, you know, the world is just boiled down to a series of proxy wars. And you have this whole thing of like, you know, I don't remember if they speak about where specifically, but it's presented very much as like nondescript Middle Eastern country. And it's a group of people fighting against vastly overpowered troops that then get squished by moo cows. You know?
It's where my mom and dad, baby brother are.
I'm drinking so much after this.
They're demons. They're here because of the Sabinians. They're friends with the demons. They don't attack them. See? They're friends with them.
Oh, that's cool. Sorry, just as a little chaser, Chumbart's saying that Disco Pop is getting some coverage right now, which is very, very good. Okay, so Rebecca is looking for her Uncle Jaffa. Jaffa. And she's going to be alright up here. Parkour. But we're still exploring the city, and we haven't... A lot of people are talking about, like, the commander of this unit being a POS. We gotta free the dog, though, right?
Hey, hands off. I found him. He's mine now. I found the poor pup whimpering alone. He's in good hands. I don't want it.
Okay, so
Hey, hands off. I found him. He's mine now.
Alright, so we've either got to kick her ass or find something to trade.
I should be at the Abbey, trashing the place. I bet those lucky bastards over there are filling their pockets with gold.
We caught one of these scumbags scavenging for food in one of the houses. A few ripped fingernails later, he gave up the rest.
Oh, fuck.
They were hiding like rats down in the old well. This filth got off easy, if you ask me.
So the guy who went up from the little underground camp, they tortured it out of him.
This shit will never end. I need to get the fuck out of here. I had no choice, man. Voss and his goons look at magazines to see if we fired. Whatever you're doing in Jova, make it short.
Oh, fuck.
These are the scumbags that hung the Sabinian family. What a waste of ammunition. They should have let me do it.
Okay, that is messed up. Yeah. Extremely big oof.
Look at these fucking things. They're not the crunchiest chip in the bag, but they make up for it with pure aggression and ferocity. One of these bastards dismembered a guy like he was a mannequin. Well, they're calm now. But when you piss one off, run. Run your ass off.
It is interesting that the person we encountered
I don't know why I'm still holding my gun.
at the beginning got...
I saw a guy unload 2 clips into one of them. It just kept coming at him like it was nothing.
The person who gave us our kit at the
We
beginning...
lost a lot of soldiers putting up these barricades. If they ever decide to storm the town, we're all fucked.
No. Oh, it's a red light. Sorry, I thought it was an item to pick up. But it makes me curious, like, the person who had the kit that we got at the beginning got brutally destroyed. Alright, I'm going to try and get through as much of this as we can, because, you know, this shit's heavy.
Man, I'm sick of staring into the marsh. These things aren't looking for a fight anyway.
Shush you. Kill you if I could. Okay. Okay, so this is the blacksmith shop. So this is where we're supposed to be going. Let's get through as much of the heavy stuff as we can. Because there's the tire swing, and this is the house. Alright, and that's the key we got from What's-His-Face. So this is Vitalis' home. Okay, keys car. A set of keys with a toy keychain. Found in Vitalis' house. Alright.
Will, finding a Vigil game that is full of heavy feels? Say it ain't so.
Say it ain't so. Okay, family picture. The car says 32. 50p in a bag of skips. That's important. Yeah, and bacon. Thank you for the bits, friend. Oh shit, that was a... Okay, so this was our family home. Alright, we're actually getting into some real plot here. So now we know what our man looks like. And we've got to find a way to somehow get Victor Gaz, the kid who was helping the wounded soldier, back here. The ON convoy, the ones that drove over the mine. Uncle Jaffa, who's got to try and find for the kid. Gaz. Talis, who might be our dad. Okay. But yeah, so Bacon, I knew this was going to be heavy, but it's like, you never know to what extent, right? Death Stranding is a heavy game, but it's a heavy game about, you know, personal loss. It's a heavy game about... Oh, shit! Our little necklace opened it, and it says, Vitalis, do you remember the book I gave you when I became pregnant? It was a play from the outside. You had it brought in from a smuggler. I remember a particular passage that aptly captures my newfound feelings. I'll never pause again, never stand still, till either death has closed our eyes, or fortune given me measure of revenge, till we meet again. And there's 17. Okay, so 32 and 17. Okay, so the heirloom necklace actually updates some shit. This is almost fucking, whatchamacallit. Okay. This is almost root trees level. Alright, now let's check out the basement. Wait! So we're trying to find the Uncle Jaffa, and we're trying to find some milk. And maybe stuff about the guys. Okay, so that's another one of these chests that we found. So we'll be unlocking rods. There was one back in the... Oh, that's cool. So we need to find one more picture, and the construction of them is what's going to be the keypad, which means we need one more piece before we can get through. Okay, and Loris, thank you for the pint glass, if I didn't say already. Sorry, this game has my full attention. And yeah, I'm going to be bringing our adventures to a close in a little bit. I just, like, little fires conked out behind me. I'm just letting it snooze, you know. And if we can get through the heavy stuff... It's 13. Maybe 13? Put it in brackets. Shush. Okay, and the race car is 13. Hopefully I don't accidentally progress the story too hard. But yeah, so the green race car is 13, which was up top. You know, and I think for a lot of people who are used to playing more AAA games, so it's 32, 16, 32, 17, 13. I think for people who are used to... Ooh, okay. Alright, so, March 1856. To all the brothers and sisters of the Vigil, we made great progress in deciphering the ancient locking mechanisms used by the enigmatic Order of the Eye. We believe what lies beyond these mechanisms may prove the answers that have eluded us for centuries. To unlock A specific set of keys must be inserted into all available slots. The keys along rectangular rods, the order appear to have hidden in strategic locations across Hedia. Each rod is based on a runic symbol. Okay. The limbic symbol of grief. God, am I gonna have to learn another language? Okay. A glyph of perfect guard. A glyph of lingering pain. A glyph of rage. Okay, there's a lot of glyphs we just got. And a limbic greatsword. Does that mean we now have 2? Okay. Brothers and sisters of the Vigil, the journal has arrived. Meet at the Weeping Night as promised. That's the symbol that we saw on the candle. Vitalis, it's become abundantly clear to me that we are being systematically hunted. This is more than a mere coincidence. Entire chapters are going silent. You know how I feel about this business with the journalist? We've never been so vulnerable. Now is not the time to bring in outsiders. More than ever, be vigilant. Your friend, Damien. Oh, Damien's in this. But look, there's a cardboard cutout of one of them. Sorry, there's a wooden training dummy of one of those creatures. Meaning those creatures are not new. So how did they get released? Yeah, I guess we get 2 therapy swords now? You know, enough therapy swords, we could be cured. Just instant cure therapy. But yeah, I like the idea that this could be some people's introduction into like environmental problem solving and environmental storytelling stuff. I really like that idea.
Hey, I made it back. Come and see me when you're done.
Cool. Good on you. Now, I wonder if he can give us the cool stuff. Oh, and another sword. Oh, here we go. Victor, I've always respected your moral objection to martial training. Should you ever change your mind, or simply wish to evaluate your handiwork, there exists an inveterate training facility used by generations of vigils right here in the marshes. You can find the entrance below the monument hill. The pillars into your entrance must wield a limbic weapon, counterclockwise from the northeast. A limbic weapon counterclockwise. Okay. Well, Gaz made it back.
Thanks for helping us in the tunnel.
Hey up, Gaz.
I left Lieutenant Rue at the outpost. I'll check in on her later.
Hey, Wolfgang. Watto and welcome. I don't know. I like my ideas sometimes. Half of them are passable. Some of them border on good. Most of them are disastrous. How are you? PAX was... Okay. Did I have a good time at PAX? More yes than no. The panels that I was on were good, and the big one was loads of fun. I also did a stream on Monday, which was good. Was PAX good? This is definitely like the end of the old generation. I.e. the biggest thing there was Borderlands 4, and there wasn't really a lot. Lots of companies doing victory laps, lots of, like, you know, the Japanese, South Korean, Chinese publisher back type stuff. I might have bullied an AI company out of not attending, which I'm very proud of. Yeah. So Caffeine, it's not so much that. Like, there's still big releases. There's still loads of games. It's just that the old way of doing things has finished, right? Whatever the English language games industry turns into, whatever these things become, like, this is the last point before the wheel clicks over. Now, there's a non-zero chance that PAX will just continue being the same thing but less for many years until it flitters. Or next year will be a very, very different thing. It is interesting that every comment coming back from it was, there's not a lot to do. And what PAX turns into in the future is interesting, because it seems like Dragon Con has basically absorbed like the party scene. And for whatever reason, more devs did Gamescom and skipped PAX this year than usual. But yeah. Times are a-changing, and this was definitely symptomatic of that. Well, yeah, you're right. Gamescom has biz days. There used to be PAX Dev before PAX that was predominantly like Steam and industry, which was real cool. Yeah, well, so Slice just started, and I spoke to some good friends about it and some peeps who were there, and it's like, Slice was fine. The information we got from Steam was really valuable, but a lot of it you got to take with a grain of salt, because it did all boil down to Steam good. Now, the interesting thing was Steam saying that their goal is not to create generational hardware with the Steam Deck, and I think that's interesting. That their goal is ultimately the same as it's always been, to have something that's separate from like the Windows ecosystem, that's their big money maker. I.e., get a Steam Deck, buy your games through that, which you well know. And it was interesting to see that most of the indies who were taking their titles to PAX were using either the ROG Ally or the Steam Deck to demo on. Yeah. Well, and Lyris, in that regard, I'm reminded of what Chet said, which is like, right now, if people want to make games, they will. People who say they want to get into the industry, maybe they don't know what... Maybe they have this ideal of an industry of yore. Because like right now, if you're in English-speaking territories and you want to make games, it's a fight. But you can do it. And if you want to just make a game, you can just do it.
Any luck figuring out how to open the door in the basement? I looked everywhere for the code.
Alright, I'm gonna get a lot of plot from this guy. So let's get to it. Okay, what can you tell me about yourself?
Can you tell me more about yourself?
When I met Vitalis, I was in a very dark place. If it wasn't for him, chances are I'd either be a criminal or dead. Face down in a ditch somewhere.
It's only a fight if you're a corpo scrub. Yeah, I mean, we don't stand corpos in this house, but, you know, you can make a game on no money, but if you want to make a game with a group of people, you need money. And the getting of that money is the tricky part. Not, sorry, I'm not saying this to you, Wolfgang, but just for framing, you know.
But Vitalis saw something in me. He gave me focus, discipline, and skills. Skills that would one day serve a great purpose.
Yeah, I mean, the Corpo invasion came into video games, I guess predominantly because they came in with this infinite bag of money, and now they don't have infinite money, and they're not good enough to make their own stuff, you know. The AI bubble and the fact that there's nothing after it is going to decimate this once, like, infinite evergreen money hack that used to be the tech industry. And I know you know this, but again, hell yeah. I mean, Wolfgang will still be here. You know, the cool, the weird, the anti-corpo, like, we're gonna do it. I don't know what that's gonna look like. Like, you've shared your schemes and plans with me, and if anyone can fucking do it, it's you. For me, I don't know. We're scheming and waiting for the right time. Okay, so explain these strange weapons to me.
What are these weapons?
They're called limbic weapons. Vitalis told me that they were intricately tied to this country's history. He taught me how to repair and enhance them. But to do so, I need limbic shards. And Vitalis wouldn't tell me where the shards come from. He kept a small stash hidden behind the red toolbox. Go get it, and I'll show you what I can do.
Item upgrades, let's go. Alright, now tell me about the necklace.
You know anything about this necklace?
Vitalis has one too, though it's not quite the same. I noticed some of his friends wore similar ones around their necks. They call themselves the Vigil.
Ninjas.
I think they're made of limbic shards like your weapons, but I'm not sure. The weapons, the necklaces, and the vigils are all connected somehow. I guess Vitalis left out some lessons.
Game devs read their script out loud challenge. Impossible.
What do you know about the Vigil?
Vitalis told me about the Vigil, but not in detail. Before he left, he promised to explain everything upon his return.
Hey, oh. I thought you'd woken up.
What do you make of this note?
Vitalis never mentioned a journalist. I know where the Weeping Knight is, though. It's in the Vissa Hills.
Okay.
It's a large statue of a Sabinian knight holding another fallen in combat. I'm surprised it's still around, considering it's in the Palamist province. It's nestled under a large weeping willow tree. People often light candles and leave pictures of their loved ones at the foot of the statue.
Okay. Do you know anything about me, ma'am?
Do you know the woman in the pictures?
Whoever she is, she seems to be a painful memory. Vitalis became angry whenever I asked about her, and he would shut me out completely. So I dropped it.
Contribute or else. This gun is the best gun ever.
Can you tell me more about Vitalis?
No one ever kissed me like
Vitalis
Big
was
Boss.
haunted by the past and anxious about the future.
What?
He was often away, sometimes for months at a time. After seeing the destruction of the war and the creature's sudden appearance, I now understand why he was so preoccupied.
Okay, so now I'm just going to ask him like general knowledge stuff. So about the country.
We've always been cut off from the rest of the world, even before Girion Yankel's dictatorship.
But yeah, so Wolfgang, like, I hope you're doing good. Did you do Gamescom? As the annoying thing is, I want to ask you like loads of like, you know, worky, businessy questions. I can't because recordable format.
Everyone acts surprised when Sabinians and Palamists rip each other apart. Isolation has terrible consequences on individuals. Imagine what it can do to an entire population. In fact, you don't have to. Look around. There are plenty of examples of such consequences. It's like Haiti as a science experiment gone awry, meant to teach the rest of the world a lesson. After witnessing and hearing of atrocities being committed all over Haiti, it only seems to fill my spirit with dark thoughts. One thought stands out from the rest, though. Whatever these creatures are, we deserve them.
And yeah, no. Quality over quantity for sure. It's been hard to get a vibe of like the must attend and stuff. Like I don't know what's going to be happening with PAX as a future, but this definitely wasn't one where, you know, huge deals were struck and things were made. What does he think of the Peacekeepers?
I have nothing but good to say about them. They're the first outsiders I ever met. They were very friendly to everyone and very helpful. Lieutenant Rue gave me a few odd jobs here and there. Her men taught me how to play football. I had a blast, as did some of the kids in Jova. They organized a small tournament, which helped us forget about the political tensions flaring up.
Yeah. I mean, it was interesting that Valve were one of the big speakers at Slice, but, you know, $100 a ticket? It's a bit rich for my blood right now. And yes, Microsoft Games is dead. Microsoft is not going anywhere near events. Like, they biz-dev'd a little at Gamescom, and they had to... Like, the PR folks had to curtail and clip everything so hard. And yeah, Nintendo, they just did their thing. It was very funny that Silksong being on the show floor was one of the things they put front and center, but it was only like an kiosk. So like, I think 4 switches. Which I thought was very funny.
I feel sorry for Lieutenant Rue, though. She lost all her men. They were all very close, especially with Rojo and Typhon. I should check in on her soon.
And about the Sabians, the Polomists, and the creatures.
My father was Sabinian. I'm a freak occurrence in Hadia. I belong to both worlds. I think the Sabinians got lost in their so-called progressiveness. They seem to have lost touch with their roots. If you go far enough into history, Sabinians were all Palomists at one time. I think it's important to know where you're from. It might humble some of the pride and temper reckless ambitions.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone, but my mom was a Palomist. I attended Mass and participated in some of the rituals. It made my mother happy. But I grew out of it. Now that I think about it, that's when my life took a turn for the worse. Vitalis helped me out of that hole I had dug for myself. However, I would be a liar if I said that my faith didn't play a big part in my recovery.
Palomists, the people who worship Palworld. Palworld came to them from
I'm
above.
happy to say that I stand in his gaze
Captain
again.
on the bridge.
And yes,
Nerds.
I admit it.
Nerds.
I pray to him at times.
How you doing, mate?
Especially for Vitalis' safe return.
And then I palled, and then I missed, and then I palled, and then I missed again. This went on for several hours. Sorry, I'm Baron, and through it all, 83 months. That's as long as it's been going. Seriously, thank you, mate.
Vitalis had a relapse a while back. I helped him through it. He let a few things slip out, though. It didn't make much sense then, but I started connecting the dots when I crossed the marsh. He spoke of these creatures. He said that they were coming. He called it the Calamity. He said they were the physical manifestation of malevolent human emotions.
Jesus.
And war was their doorway into our world.
Okay.
I figured it was the alcohol talking. I sure as hell believe him now.
Okay. Okay, you can now visit Victor to create and upgrade limbic equipment. And the Vissa Hills. Alright, so... is there anything we can trade with him?
I have no use for... I have no use... I have no use...
Alright. Alright, now what did he say about a crate full of goodies? Let's get them upgrades going. If I die before I wake, at least in I can escape. That's going to be stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Thanks, me. Okay. Oh. Small shard neutral. Ah, there we go. And another limbic rod grief. Why? Oh, that might be what we need for getting cool shit done. Okay, so browse script does not finish limbic glyphs. Okay, so the glyphs are broken down into emotions. Rage, grief, terror, and ecstasy. And then kind of like neutral, boring. Interesting. Limbic consumables. We haven't even been using those. Imbued defensive gear. Upgrade weapon. Alright. Oh, okay. So that's why we get multiples, because we get to choose what element of what emotional element we want. Okay. The element of surprise. And that should be one of the other element types. But I tell you what, friends, once we're done with upgrades and stuff, I think I'm going to bring our adventures to a close because I am ravenously hungry. I just started thinking about garlic bread, and now I can't stop thinking about garlic bread. And I'm talking like the good homemade garlic bread. Elemental garlic bread. Okay, one of these should be garlic bread. But the thing is, we don't know... Okay. Alright, so I think it's the idea of whichever kind of element weapon, that's what we get to put in. So we got Rage Spike. Pointed lance of calcified rage erupts on your weapon and blazes towards your target. Pure Hatred manifests into a lasso. I think that would work really good with the axe. For Grief, we have a Pool of Sorrow. For Neutral, we have Boring. Terror has... Ooh, okay. So if we have the Axes of Rage, we can have the Spear of Terror. Oh, but there is stance breaking. Alright, well, I want Angry Axes.
Here, it's better than you.
Fuck yeah! Okay. Oh shit, and we can upgrade it again, but let's just make sure we do this one and then bring it to Polearm of Terror. Edwin, severely incorrect buzzer. The Polearm of Terror is now this slab. Let's fucking go. How many shards have we got? Because we could do one of each kind for now. Like a big sword of grief and then a limbic cheeky sword of ecstasy. That way we've got like one elemental of each weapon. Yeah.
Here, it's better than you.
That's cool. And then big sad sword.
The Taoists will be proud.
Ooh. Don't hate it.
The Taoists will be proud.
All right. I mean, fuck it. Why not, right?
I've outdone myself.
Oh, don't break your arm waking yourself off, mate.
Here, it's better.
so then glyphs. Okay, so we can now equip glyphs. I'd say I would, but I don't want to. Okay. So we now understand the limbic weapons. Now, is Vitalis... Vitalis is either going to be our dad or our brother, I reckon. And we have the candle to light at the Weeping Night. Now, I'm really hoping there isn't any, like, time limits on stuff that we need to solve. I just want to clear off some of the Path of Abbey, Weeping Night. Okay. Is your dad a ghost? You mean like that video game? Call of Duty Ghosts? Sorry, I don't know, again, we all watch the same Dan Olsen video, but the idea that you grow up and your dad telling you about this fictitious military unit, you know, they were the best of the best, hidden in the sands. Oh, they were so cool. Obviously, I don't know who they are. It's a story. Spent the entirety of your youth basically telling his own story like he's fucking murder Gandalf. Okay. Okay, so we got the... and this is guard stamina loss. Okay, well we don't block with that. It's a rage axe, not a happy good times axe. Oh, that is cool though that each of the element types give us another like interesting weapon. Be curious to see how some of the other ones pop out. Like what do ecstasy axes look like? Oh, we now have both of the things to open the chest down in our house. So I want to do that one quickly, though. Love thy neighbor, milk and honey. I want to save the puppy as well. Look, Fred. The names may be the wrong way around, but it's definitely... There's definitely some very big... Oh, God. Yeah, you know what? We're dealing with that next week. There's a priest who's been strung up by his neck. I'm sure nothing bad will happen there. Wait! Oh, you're fine. Walk it off. Ecstasy snacks? Wait a second. Okay, yeah, so now we have both of these. Okay, you are bathed in limbic energy, healing you in the process. Hey, can I have those back? It's not giving me my stuff back. Okay. So I did want to get through the village because it's going to be heavy, right? Because everybody's talking about this, I think it's Vass or what have you, who seems to be an insane commander. But it's not going to be an insane commander like, you know, mustache twiddling. It's going to be an insane commander like, hey, do you want to know how many war crimes I've done today? Spoiler, all. And we've already seen the signs of some very horrific things. Real things. And I do wonder if one of the game's intents is to have us focusing on... Oh, cool. So this is our new green axe. And let's have a look at the new... Berserker says what? Oh, that's cool. So we get to do, like... Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. It's going to be tricky to reevaluate a lot of the puzzles, but I think we can do it together. Alright. So... I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. I'm not ready for more war crimes yet. Please do stick around. I will find somebody to raid into. But, like, seriously, there's been so many of you here hanging out today, and I assume you're all either hiding from Silksong or playing it yourself. The fact that you chose my little corner of the internet to hang out with is a huge compliment. Thank you. There were a bunch of huge fucking bit drops today, and as you know, that is the only way I have been surviving through this fucking hellscape. So, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Let me grab you all the link for this one. On the off chance... that you'll need this title this weekend, this is where to grab it. Alright? And I do think it's worth it. This has that special spark, I just don't know how to put it into words yet. I think it's going to be like with Death Stranding, that once we get past like a certain point, it's like, oh... You know, the beginning of Death Stranding presents itself like a horror game, but by the time you get through it, you're like, oh, it's about, you know, isolationism and reconnecting, the importance of community. Also, killing people is killing is bad, but in both a metaphorical and literal way, where it's like, oh, you killed somebody? Cool. Redraw the map. But that's a story for another time. Alright? So yeah. I highly recommend this game. We'll be continuing it with the next week. I don't know what we're going to do for the other 2 days of the week, but we'll work it out. At least it means that we're on, you know, rotatey long plays for a while, and we can rack up a few extras. But yeah. I wouldn't get to do this without you lot. Maybe we should do more Zoom beanies. Like... Sorry if I've been a bit of a wet blanket today. I almost said soggy sock. That's a very different thing. But seriously, thank you. Without you lot, I ain't shit. So to Queen Bison, who found a little corner of the internet, thank you kindly for the follow. To PVS, Chaunerus, Lyris Dragon, aww, we love Will. Zablas, Queen Bison, Gay Graphic, QB, Rolling Thundaga, Yeti, Hindle, and Baron von Sheepington III. Thank you. Whether you were here for your first time and gifted a sub, or whether you've been here the whole time, like Hey Shift.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey Shift, feckin' thank you. But also
Must
to
get in
Lyris,
before stream end.
Scotty, Erriman, Toxic Industries, Vanderbeast, Akari Zero, got it right that time. Pun Spectre, Jamami, Quasi, Bacon, PVS, and DJ Coil. DJ Coil, thank you for throwing bits in, because that's why I'm still here. That's what keeps it going. Thank you. To the whole moderation team, Caffeine, Nova, and Moose, you fucking legends. And to Fussbot, Restless Root, and Queen Bison, who all brought raids in. You know? And Hey Shift again. That's 83 months, the whole time you've been able to. You've had that. And I really appreciate it, you know? Right. So, let me see who we have kicking about. I'm not going to be jumping into any Silksong streams because the folks who have been playing Silksong have been going hard. And Lyris, you already threw in like $50 in bits plus nonsense. Like, thank you. Okay. Okay. So I got 3 choices for you. Okay, maybe not that one. Okay. Okay, yeah, alright. I got 3 choices for you. I'm not going to tell you who, but I've got Night Rain, good old Elden Ring Night Rain. I've got Final Fantasy X2 and Jet Runner, which is something we were talking about earlier on, which is a first-person parkour game. Which of those strikes your fancy? And hey, Shift, I mean, I hope you've been going hard for good reasons, but if not, I hope you're also getting some time to relax. As someone who may be physically incapable of chilling, I very understand it. Oh. While you're choosing, I will say, as much as it sucks being back in fire season, I do like that it's not swelteringly hot. I kind of wish it hadn't been this way when we were doing Tunic, because, you know, I can't do brain puzzles when I'm melting. Okay, you're enjoying it. That's cool. Okay, as there are no calls, so I'm going to bring you in to Night Rain. Hopefully the folks are having a natter, because every PAX there is a group called the Rusty Rupees, and they are a wonderful bunch. But the last time I tried to introduce you to them, they were doing like a Tekken marathon thing, and I didn't get the chance to do a proper intro. So I'm going to pass you on over there, and hopefully they're also having a natter during Night Rain. If not, then, I don't know, we'll try and do a crossover with them for like a Sea of Thieves or something. But yeah. Friends, thank you for coming with me. We've had over the long ship 50 today, and for a game that is simultaneously fucking weird and also a very grounded game about the horrors of war, you all have been with on this one. I guess we're locked in now. Seriously, thank you. I don't take it for granted, and I hope you know that. Right. Anyway, I'm going to launch you all over there in just a second. If you see me over the next couple of days, then it is an impromptu stream being done for fun. But otherwise, there is no stream tomorrow, and there is no stream on Sunday. I'm officially in PAX recovery mode. So I will see your beautiful selves next week, unless I see you sooner. But nothing official. Nothing official. Yeah, Caffeine, I'm going to try. I'm going to try. You know, I trust you all to look after stuff while I'm gone, you know? Have fun this weekend, that's an order. That's a lot of orders. Yeah, Kakazi, me too. Me too. The mystery of it has already kind of got me, and I'm like, Okay. Let's go say hi to the Rupees crew. Alright, love you all. Have an excellent weekend. And if I don't see you sooner, I'll see you on Tuesday. Alright? Okay. And away we go.